Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
You know, it's going to be a great show today. My name is Michael Silvers. Everybody write this down. It's a great day. My name is Michael Silvers, Vice President of the Los Angeles Tribune. You know, the greatest thing is it's about learning and it's about education. It's about fun. Write that down. We're going to have fun. We're also live. So that means that you can make comments in the chat and we'll get to as many as we can. If not, we'll get to them. We're going to have a private call. What's the word? We're going to have a private call with a group of you. And what we need you just to do is register. So if my team can put on the website right now, what it's going to be able to do is you're going to be able to register and have a private call with myself. A private call? Does that mean you'll be in a group? Yes, there's going to be a group of us getting together on a call. And we're really going to talk about everything that you're doing from your business to your life and whatever else you need. But you need to register to be on that call. So again, if you register and you can be on that call, that's a great thing. When's the call going to be? We'll let you know. How long is it going to be? We'll let you know. But it's the kind of thing that, again, we're going to have just that private time on a Zoom. We'll get together on a Zoom and we'll really talk about where podcasting is going, where media is going, where speaking is going. What's going on, within the next events, how you can become involved or at least be somebody who's listening or working with us or whatever it is that it looks like. But you have to register for that. You have to register and you have to make sure, and registration's easy. We don't ask for we're not going to be like, what's your name, your birth date, and all that fun stuff. It's really your email, your name. We ask for very little. Because also when we promote the back end call, we want to make sure that you're with us, right? You're with us as a team and a family. And I see people on right now from the Philippines and from Australia and from Puerto Rico and from the US. Yeah, I always say Puerto Rico because Puerto Rico. Anybody remember a West Side Story? But anyways, it's beautiful. It's warm. It's sunny. And there's people coming on from Japan. We just had a Japan call on Tuesday. We had thousands of people listening live from Japan with tens of thousands, out in the universe. And we did the whole call in Japanese. And the thing is, because we're reaching all the different communities, we're out there every single day. Look, it's 5 a.m. down under and they're on the call with us. Thank you so much. And it's great to have everybody here. So what's the day going to look like? First of all, make sure that you have a drink ready to go, something, I have a Starbucks right next to me. It's 2 a.m. in Singapore. Crystal's on for Singapore. Give that a thunderous round of applause. But it's the greatest thing that really, as we do this and continue to do this, have a drink ready with you. Make sure that you're settled in and ready to go. You're ready to listen. You're ready to learn. It's something that you want to gather some information. So who's going to be on? Mr. Joseph McClendon, first of all. Mr. Joseph McClendon III is not only the greatest speaker of all time. I can see him in the down below, but what he brings. Remember, let's just be simple. He's been in front of 6 million people. I have not been live in front of 6 million people. I can tell you that right now. Not many of us have. What that does is it gives him the ability to see things in a little different way because there's been, millions of businesses that he's worked with and millions of students to help them get from A to B to C to D and really take them through that process in life. And I won't even tell you how many countries. Because my other business partner, Mary Glorfield, right, was with 82 countries with all these people. And it's crazy when you look at how many countries they've been in. Then we're going to have him and Malcolm Jamal Warner on. Malcolm Jamal Warner has been, I looked at a list as is seen as, let alone over 40 TV programs, right, and movies and Grammy Award winning. But he gives a perspective of how to tell a story. And Joseph and Malcolm have something very special for all of us today because what they decided is they're both in legacy time. They're both in how do we give back to the environment. So listen to what they have to say. And they're going to have you, if you want, join something. Join them for a year, really telling your story, seeing who you are, just being part of a community. And that's what it's about. Then we're going to move into an amazing panel of women that really are going to show what's happening on the planet from a trainer, from a speaker perspective, from an author, a business owner, a small business owner. We're going to have Karen Hall's going to just take us through her piece. You should see what she does. It's amazing. And then I'm going to be on for a little bit with our web team because they're teaching AI and everything else. We're going to do a little piece with myself and the two of them just for like 10 minutes. And then I'm going to bring Joseph back. And him and I he's going to really sort of wrap up the show. I'll chat with you a little bit and we're done. So you want to be with us all day. It's not 12 hours today with us. You'll be with us 4.5 hours. It just depends. We're really there for you. We'll watch the questions and see if there's anything that we want to entertain, or we'll take to the second show that we do with all of you. So make sure that you register. So again, one more time, I'm going to have my team just post that registration. You can post it in the comments, and we're excited to have you all on, and it's great to be here. What else is the Tribune doing? Well, let me tell you right now, we just did the Japan show. I'm going to actually be in Japan in a week and a half. Then we're also going to be doing another Japan show in February. We have the Australian Marketing Summit in February. We have Ask the Tribune Night. We're going to do that, and that's going to be really awesome. We then, of course, is the Tribune. We red carpet it like the Grammys and the Oscars and things like that. Then in March, we have so many programs lined up. I won't even go through it right now. It is really celebration of women, but it's all of us together. We have programs lined up already. We have summits. We have live event we're actually working on right now. And then we move into April. And we're going to have April 24th at the Los Angeles Barnes and Noble Grove, Mr. Joseph McClendon live. So you can come see him live and spend time. And Mr. Malcolm Jamal Warner. See, I'm just going to hit Malcolm on that, right? And it's going to be an amazing show of everybody that we have on, because it is about changing lives and making a difference. And I'm going to see, because we had to postpone the Sheila E. show, if Sheila E. can make it that day too. I'll check her travel schedule and we'll have a chat with her. If not, we'll just have a special day with her at the Grove. So without any further ado, I want to thank you all for being on. Make sure that you register so you can be on the secondary call with all of us. Be excited today to move forward with everything that's going on in your life. And I'm about to bring up the amazing, the wonderful, become a really a close part of my life really quickly, because when Mary Glorfield, who was Tony Robbins' vice president, right, and everything she's done in her life with National Achiever Congresses and Harvecker, says, this man is the best. This man is the best. Without any further ado, I'm going to bring to the stage Mr. Joseph McClendon.
Thank you so much, Michael. I'm sitting here going, wow, I'm so excited to be here with you guys. And first off, thank you for your trust. Thank you for that amazing introduction. Thank you to everybody out there for taking the time to do this. I just saw that it's 3 a.m. in some other country somewhere. Kudos to you, because today is going to be a day that you can put a pin in it, that this is a day that you actually got a different shift on what it is that you do and how you can impact other people. So I want to thank you. Give yourselves a hand if you would. And also get one of these, an ink pen and something to write with. I know Michael talked to you about it, but it's going to be important, because I'm going to share with you some things, if you will, myself, and then my dear friend Malcolm Jamal Warner. We're going to share with you some things. They're, let's just say, outside the box, but it is outside the box that makes the biggest difference in your ability to impact people and to speak and to present. And I'll start off by saying a couple of things. Number one, if you're older than 20 years old, which most of us are in here, you've been around, without exaggeration, you've been around during the greatest ability, the greatest times in human history for people to be able to impact other people. And what I mean by that, prior to 20 years ago, prior to YouTube and social media and all that stuff, the only way you were able to impact large amount of people was to spend a lot of money and have a huge brand to be able to get out there, to get a bunch of people in a room, or to advertise on television or radio or something like that. And now that's all gone by the wayside. Now, anybody with a cell phone, which I'm assuming you have one, anybody with a cell phone and an Instagram account or Facebook or LinkedIn or anything like that, you can impact people. And that was a huge shift. It was just like, in the olden days, if you were a king or somebody that a landowner or something like that, and you had a bunch of land, that you had a lot of ways that you could grow crops and that you could farm animals and all of those things and everything, that was your wealth, and you were able to do that. Well, something came along and they saw somebody doing and by the way, you would have a lot of people, your kingdom, that would work those farms and create all the foods and create all those things and everything. And then one day they created something called a tractor, and the tractor could do the work of 50 men or 50 people. And all these machines, technology came along and everything changed. And those kings and those people, landowners and things like that, and they became obsolete, didn't they? They all of a sudden, the people, the average person could compete with those people there. Well, the same thing is happening. That was the industrial age. Well, now whatever you want to call it, I'm calling it the social media age, if you will, the ability to impact so many people. Now that's all in your hands as well. And so the crux of all of that stuff and what I do and what you do, if you do podcasts, if you're speaking in front of people live, if you do videos, anything like that, then you've got to have the ability to impact people in a way that's going to cause them not to just go, oh, that's good information, that's great, but to cause them to go, oh, yes, I want some of that, stay with you and show me what to do, to buy your products, to move in the direction that you want them to do, which is the direction that they want to do. And I'm going to tell you right now, everybody, and it's just my belief, and if this works for you, that's great. And if you can use it to change the quality of your life, that's even better. Because I'm going to share with you, at the risk of sounding arrogant, what's allowed me to operate in the upper 3 to 5% of everybody in this industry that I do, personal development and speaking, for the past almost 40 years. And it ain't because I'm so cute or because I'm so funny or because I know more than other people. There's a process. I believe that it's process over knowledge. What that means is there is a process of being able to impact people, being able to influence people. And that process, when you know what that process is, then you can do it and you can get the same results every time. And so having said that, like I said, whatever you do, it's always going to come down to your ability to impact people, to influence people, so that they don't just get something and learn something, but they do something with it. Like I said, buy your product or come to your seminar or listen more or anything like that. And the way that that's done, which is but it is the theme of today's conversation and this day going along, is through stories. Notice I didn't say storytelling. I said through stories. And I want you to write that, because I'm going to give you a definition now. And this definition, if you will, is again, this is my definition, and it is my definition that has allowed me to have a system, have a process to be able to do that. As Michael said, over 6 million people over the last little while, and one of the highest paid and all those things, at the risk of sounding arrogant. So I want you to write stories, and I'm going to give you a definition. And the definition that we're going to ride with today is this. A story is a representation or a representation of an event or episode from one person to another or others, from one to one or one to many. Meaning a representation. I'm going to present it to you in a way, something that has happened to me or something that I witnessed or something that I went through or something that I learned or whatever. I'm going to represent it to you because it was presented to me, whether I saw it somewhere, somebody told me this story, or whether I experienced it for myself. I'm going to present it to you or a group of people or the camera or whomever in a way that's going to cause them to, and I say move, do something different. Now, that definition is the foundation of everything that I do, and it enables me, and again, I keep saying this at the risk of sounding arrogant, and I have the history of doing this, to be able to take people. And if I've had the privilege of speaking with you, because I see some people from Singapore and I see some people from Malaysia, and I've been all over the place, and maybe many of you have had the privilege of speaking to. And if I have, matter of fact, I know we've got chat going on here. If you would, just type a 1 in the chat to let me know if I have seen you before, or if you and I have had some sort of interaction, whether it was in a huge seminar somewhere, because we do seminars from anywhere from 1,000 people to 30,000 people at times, and I've been doing this for a long time. Yeah, a lot of people. Now, in that presentation, you probably noticed within just a few minutes, I'm able to get people doing things that most people never will get them to do. I literally have people getting up, if you've been around me, up on their chairs, shaking their asses, yelling out, doing things that they would not normally do, just in a matter of minutes. And I'm here to tell you, I'm going to say this over and over again, it's a process. It's a process. And so the other thing is, as if I've had the privilege of speaking to you before, I know this. I know that when I walked on stage, well, let me back up for a second. There was a time, and there have been several times, that I've walked on stage with no introduction, when the people were expecting somebody else. When the people were expecting, in one case, they're expecting Tony Robbins, a 6'7" white guy, and they got a 5'9" black guy. And they walk, and when I walk out there, they're disappointed because they're not getting what they wanted. And so you have to be able to flip that over. You've got to be able to very, very quickly flip it over. So they're going, okay, who is this guy? And my ability to do that comes down to the things I'm about to share with you now. And so that definition, it's a representation of an event or an episode from me to you, or you to many, or that kind of thing. What does that mean? And that means I'm going to be able to tell you, and I want you to get the experience that I had about that. Now, let me give you the antithesis of that. The antithesis of that is somebody that just gets up there because you've seen them, and maybe you've done this. I know I have in the past. But I've gotten, a long, long time ago, gotten up there and I tried to just teach people things. Well, how great did you feel about your teacher, most of your teachers, when you were in school? And maybe some of you still are in school. If you look at the physiology of most people when they're in a classroom or somewhere, it's like this, or they're chewing on their pencil, and they're going like this, or whatever, and they're not paying attention. Why? Because the teacher is just teaching. I guarantee you, the teachers that you learned from the most were the ones who gave you, and I want you to write this down. Remember, I'm not going to give you a whole bunch of things, but just a few things to write down so they trigger and make you remember this conversation that they're having right there. The teachers that made you learn something and made you want to be there were the ones who gave you something called SEE, a significant emotional event. And they said differently, they made you feel something. They made your eyebrows go like this, or they made you go like this. They got some sort of emotion out of you. They got you up off of your seat and moving forward. They got you paying attention. And again, even what I'm doing right now, I'm going to ask you to type a 1 if that makes sense, because this is the outside of the box, if you will. And when my friend Malcolm comes up, he's the man. He's the guy that has been doing this his whole life in lots of different ways. And so that significant emotional event is something that you can create over and over again. And I'm going to do it to you right now. I'm going to show you an example that you're going to remember for the rest of your life. And you're going to go, oh, that's what I want. Okay. And what I'm going to say is this. Let me back up for a second. Story structure and outline and all those things are important. Knowing your material, all that stuff is important. You've got to have that. You got to have, the plot of the story. You got to have all that stuff. And why stories? It's because stories are what move us emotionally. Stories are what make us go, oh yeah, or make us go, oh yeah, or make us do anything. And that's an emotional event. Type of 1, if that makes sense. If you get this, ladies and gentlemen, then what'll happen is what you're going to do is you're going to go from wherever you are right now to the next level. And the more you do it, the better and better you get at it. Okay, so I'm going to show you something. And once I show it to you, you're going to go, oh, that's what I want. How can I predict that? Because I've done it before. Now watch this. What we want is that we want to, as I said before, affect people emotionally. Why? Because as soon as you do, you create the number one, and to me, it is the number one piece of being able to connect with somebody or communicate with somebody. The number one thing in being a speaker is connection, meaning that they feel like you. They feel what you're feeling. You're able to convey the feeling that you're having in that moment to them. And this is important because if you're just up there and you're being superior and you're just teaching the story and everything, they're not going to feel you. They're not going to feel how you are. If you're telling some disjunct story, they're not going to feel you that way. What you want is them to be connected to you. Why? Because connection builds trust. And trust makes them go, okay, yeah, me too. And there's an influence model. If we have time, I'm going to teach you more about that. But a model, and when I say a model, just a process that to go through that you do every single time. This happens to me all the time, constantly. It happened to me just the other night. I went somewhere and I was I was not the speaker. I was there just to, actually it was at a friend of mine's party, and I was there, and this happens to me quite honestly. Somebody will go, the speaker from the stage will go, hey, Joseph McClendon III is in the audience. Joseph, come up here and say a few words. Now, for most people, we would get what I call sphincter pucker. For most people would go, well, I don't know what I'm going to talk about. I'm not ready. But for me, because of the structure that I have, or the process that I have, from the time that I leave my chair to the time that I walk to the podium, I know what I'm going to do, and I know what I'm going to say. And it kills every time. Type of one, if you'd love to have that type of certainty about what you do. So whatever comes out of your mouth does that one thing that I'm talking before, connects people first. Okay, so having said that, this is what we want to do to our audience. I want to show you something. I have 2 magnets here. Now, these are very powerful magnets. Now, let's say this is your audience and this is you. What you want is this. You want them to be connected to you. Now, this is just a metaphor. However, this is what you want. You want them to be connected to you, right? But watch this, because this is what most people don't think about and don't even know to think about. As you're looking at this, if I let go of this one, watch what happens. It moves towards that one. But what you don't think about is if I let go of this one, it's going to move to that one. This is you. This is your audience. Okay. You want them both to move. Let me show you a different way of looking at that. I'm going to switch my cameras. Okay. So watch this. So if you look at it, this magnet here, if I let go of it, it's going to move to there. This magnet here, if I let go of it, it's going to move there, right? But watch what happens to both of them when I let go of both of them. They both move. And that's what you want. As silly as it sounds, that's what you want. But watch this. This is where the real lesson is, ladies and gentlemen. If I take this magnet or either one of them and I flip it over, watch what happens. That one flipped over, but if I flip it over, it moves it away. It pushes it away. And even if I force it together like that, watch what happens. It moves it away. It's going to continue to move it away. And if I flip it back over, it changes the polarity. Why am I showing you that? Because that's what you have. And my buildup for all of this is for you to get that what I'm about to say is not crystals and unicorns and rainbows. And this is science. You know, Michael didn't get a chance to share this, but I taught at UCLA for 7 years, and I taught to engineers and managers, which are some of the hardest, the toughest audience in the world, because they're brilliant. They're smarter than me. All of them were. But you know what? One of the things that I was able to do was to get all of those people, men and women, to be on the edge of their seat like this. And my course became the #1 course there in that area for those 7 years. Is why they kept asking me back, keep me coming back. The reason I share that with you is because what I just showed you with those magnets is what I would do. The important thing to get is this. It's not just getting them to move towards you. It's getting you to move towards them. So as I said earlier, story structure and outline and knowing your material, all that stuff's critical. It's important. You got to know that. And what do you do to you to get yourself to do what I just showed you there? To cause them to move towards you and to cause you to move towards them. You see, a lot of speakers, a lot of, whether it's your podcasting or whatever it is that you're doing, a lot of people don't have that kind of a relationship with their audience. They don't have that kind of relationship where they even think about that. You see, if people don't know and if they don't feel that you are connected to them, and if like for instance, if you don't ask people what they want, and if you don't tell them that you know what they know, that you know what they want, then they can and they will feel like you're trying to get them to do something for you and not for them. You see, why would they pay attention to you if there's nothing in it for them? And the answer is they wouldn't. You see, if I said to you, if I go, listen, if you work hard, if you get up early and you stay up late and you do the extra stuff, I promise you, and you do this for 1 year, I promise you, at the end of the year, I'm going to take a vacation and go to Hawaii. Now, what just happened to you right there? You go like that. Well, wait a minute. So what? What about me inside? And so people have that, and all of this stuff is unconscious, by the way. People have that going on inside of them. Why would I do that? Why do I even want to listen to this person? Because they don't know what I want. I don't feel them. And the best and easiest, quickest way to feel them, or for them to feel you, is you feel them first. Now, let me back up for a second and step out for a second. Let me give you the antithesis of that, because we've all done this and been in this situation. Have you ever tried to tell somebody a dream that you had? Or to listen to somebody tell you a dream of something that they had? It's like a complete and total disconnect. Type of 1, yes. Type of 1 if you've had that. Why? Because the ability of that person, first off, they're feeling it and it was real to them, but their ability to be able to tell that story, and again, I'm not just talking about structure and so on and so forth, is in the toilet. They can't, it's like they're telling their experience of the way they did, and you are nowhere involved in it. And it's just like, well, I was here, and then I looked over there, and there was a muskrat, and it was chasing a snake. And then all of a sudden, I'm sitting in my car, and it's like all over the place. You don't know where it is. There's no structure, number one. But again, it's just like the person that's listening to it is not involved in that story. And so guess what they're feeling? They're most of the time, people will be polite and listen to it and they go, oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I've had a dream like that before, but they're not connected to it. But on the other hand, I know you've had this. I know you've been in a situation before where somebody has told you a story, or you've seen something, you watched a story, and that's all media is, and that's all television is, and that's, as you're going to learn from Malcolm here just a little bit, that's all it is. It's just a series of stories. And with the stories that you watch on television, they do things to psychologically capture you. Laugh tracks, music, dramatic buildups, and so on and so forth. And all of those things are at your disposal as well. But you know what? The number one thing that you have is your ability to connect with somebody. And I'm going to give you something that I want you to do, because every time I get to speak to you, and we're going to share with you some things that Malcolm and I are going to do together that we want to invite you to do. And by the way, I didn't get to say this, and I really want to put this out there. And that is, I am so grateful and so excited to be partnering with the Tribune, because we're going to bring you some things. That organization is second to none. They're all over the freaking world. And as Michael said, the things that they're going to bring to you are going to be the things that help you do what that sign says over here, go further, faster, which, by the way, that's what everybody wants. Everybody wants to get what they want sooner rather than later. And hear me out on this. Matter of fact, you want to write this down, because no matter who you come up with, here's what you can assume that they want. That is one of them, that they want to go further, faster. But here's what you can assume. And as a matter of fact, I'm going to do it this way. I'm going to tell you what you want in whatever you're doing. And it's the same that everybody wants. And I want you to watch and feel your reaction when I say this, because at some point you're going to go, yo, he's right. Okay. Here's what you want to be. Now pay real close attention to what I'm about to do here. Okay. Here's what you want. You want to be wealthy. Wealthy. Now, what just happened to you? Some of you out there went, it's not about the money, Joseph. It's not just about the money. Okay. And it's more than just the material things, Joseph. But you don't know what I mean when I say wealthy. See, when I say wealthy, here's what I mean. Wealthy means to be healthy, happy, and financially abundant. Now, type of 1 if that's what you want. Of course, and that's what everybody wants. Now, by the way, all of the subsets, there's a lot of other things. There's spirituality, there's relationships, but they all come under those 3 things. And so when I know what you want, now, by the way, I can see type of 1 if that makes sense to you and you agree with me, that at the very least, I approach you and I know what you want. And whatever I speak to you about, I can show you how to get that. And there's the promise of that. And then there's a part of you that's going, I'm going to pay attention to this guy. Why are you still listening to me now? Because I outlined that in the very beginning. As a matter, when you go back and listen to this, you're going to watch it. I just went through a system with you. It's the reason why you're with me right now, because there's something that I have that's going to help you go further, faster. And what I have can assist you in doing and getting those things, being healthier, happier, and financially abundant. For everybody that's here, that has signed on to here, and it is here, and again, I thank you for that, and that is looking to impact people more, this is it. So I'll tell you a story. Real quick story, true story. When I was in my early 20s, I was a musician. And what I wanted to be was I wanted to get a recording deal with a major recording label. And I wanted to make records and perform and all those things. And so I was living in a small town outside of Los Angeles called Lancaster, California. It's a desert town, and it was a very small town. And so I lived there for almost 15 years, meaning I grew up there. Actually, I lived there for, at that time, it was only 10 years, I'm sorry. And so I grew up there. Now, there was this thing that we used to have, and it was called common courtesy. And what that means is that if you're walking down the street and you see somebody and somebody crosses your path, you'd go, good morning, or how are you doing today? You'd at least acknowledge them and nod your head or something like that. Well, when I moved to Los Angeles, that was non-existent. Now, by the way, this was in the 80s. There were no cell phones, so people weren't looking down at their phones. They're just walking down the street. And I'm, from this small town, and people would walk by me, and I'd go, good morning, how you doing? And I'd shake like the innocent kid, from the farm. And people wouldn't acknowledge me. People would blow me off. And it would upset me because I'm being friendly, I'm being nice. That's the way that I was. And I remember thinking ill thoughts of them. Well, these people suck. Plastic people. No wonder they call it Hollywood. It's like pretentious people stuck on themselves. They don't even have the courtesy to look at me. And then I asked a question that most people don't like to ask. And the question was, what if it's not them? Now, immediately I thought, well, of course it's them. I'm friendly. I'm the one that is putting forth the effort. I'm the one that's doing this. Look at what I'm doing. Okay. And then I thought to myself, okay, well, wait a minute. What if there's something that I could do to impact them, to change them? And that's a great question to ask all the time. What is it that you can do to impact them? Now, I didn't have the technology that I have now, and I didn't have the words for it back then, but I created something that I called my 50-foot rule. You might want to write that down. And here's how the 50-foot rule goes. If somebody comes within 50 feet of me, I'm going to say to myself, directed at them, I love you. I love you. I'm going to tell you the dynamics. Actually, I'm going to tell you the dynamics of how that works, the science. It's just like a magnet. Because when I would do that, something would happen to me that would also happen to them. And it didn't take any time at all. People started to look up, and people started to acknowledge me, and people started to be friendly to me. Because I reached out to them with, I'm not going to call it love. Love is one thing, with energy, with an unseen force. Watch these unseen forces again. You can't see the magnetism. You can't see what's going on there. But there's unseen forces. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the only thing I'm going to call it. I'm going to call it energy. And that energy, that's why I pre-framed it by saying it's not unicorns, crystals, and rainbows. This is a very real thing. And so when you know how to do that, when you know how to put your energy out and affect them, then everything changes. Your speeches, your presentations, your ability to impact people. When I walk out on stage, there's something that I do before I walk on stage to myself, to you. There's something that I do when I'm on the stage, and there's something that I do when I leave the stage. And all of those things create a web, a cybernetic loop that makes things happen. And so when I do that, when I'm saying to do that, when you connect with somebody else, here's what I want to give you one more thing before, because we're going to take we're going to go to commercial here just shortly. But stick around, because listen, if this interests you, you ain't seen nothing yet. Okay. So I want to share with you when you put your energy and your effort, your attention out to other people first, something happens. There's a shift, and I'm going to give an example. Type of 1, if this has happened to you, you're sitting in your car, you're driving along, doing your own thing, and all of a sudden you feel somebody looking at you, and you look over, and there they are looking at you. Type of 1, if that happens to you. Yeah, everybody. You feel them, and there they are, or vice versa. You're driving in your car, and you look over, and you see maybe an interesting person, and you look at them, and they feel you looking at them, and they catch your silly ass looking at them. Type of 1 if that happens to you. Now, what do you do 99% of the time when you catch each other? What do both of you do? You can type it in. You look away. You go like this. Why? Because you don't want them to think that you're creepy or you're stalking them, or you don't want to think that you don't want to be rejected or anything like that. You look away. And when you do, watch this. Let's go back to the graphic. Okay. When you do, see, here's what happens. When you put your attention on them, your unseen forces, let's just call it that, it really is electromagnetic energy, grows. The second thing that happens, they feel it. The third thing that happens is theirs grows. And the fourth thing that happens is you become drawn towards each other. That's why you look at each other. Unseen forces. Your energy grows. They feel it. Theirs grows. And now this is a magnet and this is a magnet. They move towards each other. Okay. Now, having said that, watch this. Here's an ink pen. And this ink pen has a steel clip on it. I can bring it to there. But if I don't bring it to it, if I don't, now, here's what happens. If I turn this over, I push this away. The equivalent of turning it over, is fear, or being self-indulged, or thinking only for yourself. The equivalent of magnetizing it, just like with the car, is you giving them energy, curiosity, putting your attention on them first. Well, listen, we're going to go to commercial, in just a couple seconds. But here's what I want you to do. There's only 3 things we've learned so far. Number 1, the meaning of a story, and number 2 is that our energy that we put out makes a difference in other people's world, and the 50-foot rule. So we're going to go to commercial. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. I'll see you back here in just a few minutes.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Well, welcome back. Welcome back. I'm unbelievably excited to share with you my dear friend and soon to be your dear friend. And Michael shared with you a little bit about him, but I'm going to kind of dote on him just a little bit. His name is Malcolm Jamal Warner. Unless you've been living under a rock, you have seen something that he's done or been impacted by something that he has done over the many, many years that he has been in this business. I have the privilege of having coached and mentored Academy Award winners and Malcolm Grammy winners and millionaires and billionaires and anything and everything in between. And this individual stands out. And I'll tell you why he stands out. He stands out for a bunch of different reasons. But one of the reasons he stands out is because of the heart that this man has and his, let's just say, relentless pursuit of growing as a human being, but then sharing that with other people as well so that they're able to grow as well. He is a he's an award-winning actor, as Michael said earlier, 40 different TV shows and movies and so on and so forth. And you can talk a little bit about that as we come up. He's a Grammy-winning musician and spoken word artist. He's also an unbelievable husband and father. And the other thing that he does, and it is, at this stage in his life, what Michael said earlier, and that is that I call it legacy stage of life. I didn't call it that. Matter of fact, Michael was the one who said it first. And that is that stage of life that you will get to if you're not there right now. And I encourage you to get there as quickly as possible. And that is that stage of life when your life is about giving back so that you leave a legacy. Now, I will say this. Most people, when we think about legacy, it's like when I'm dead and gone. No, legacy to me means when you walk out of the room, when you're not in front of that person, what sticks inside your head about that person, what you learned, and what that person shared with you and the connection that you had with that person. And so it is my pleasure. And I think he's out there now. Malcolm, are you there? Can you guys?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
There he is, right there. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my dear friend and soon to be your dear friend. And all the things that I said, they're not hype. I've known this man for several years and I've watched him grow. I've also watched him impact other people as well. So Mal, where are you now? What part of the world, country are you in?
I am in Atlanta, Georgia, where it's actually snowing.
Oh, are you serious?
Yeah. We got some snow yesterday and it's still sticking a little bit.
Yeah, it is crazy. I actually heard that it was snowing in Florida.
Snow
crazy. On the beaches in Florida. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on. Well, thank you for being here with us today and the Tribune. And we're going to share with you, everybody here, some of the things that Malcolm and I are doing together to do that legacy, to bring things to you that you're not going to get anywhere else at the risk of sounding arrogant, to bring things to you to help you do what I keep pointing to that sign is go further, faster. And so Mal, a couple things. Usually when you and I talk, I ask you to share with people a little bit about your story from your past and so on and so forth. And we're actually going to come around to that, but I'm going to ask you a couple questions. And by the way, to everybody that's listening, what Michael said is true. If you have a question, you can type it into the chat. And I think there's somebody monitoring those questions and maybe they'll get them to me and I can ask those questions as well so that you can ask those questions as well. So having said all of that and having told you about what this man does and who he is and the things that he's done, his bio, if you will, I want to ask you this first question as we get going, Malcolm. What is it that you do?
Oh, wow. It's fair to say I tell stories. Right? I am a storyteller by trade, if you will. Right? I'm an actor, I'm a director, I'm a poet, I am a musician. I'm a father, I'm a husband. In every aspect of my life, I am telling stories, whether it's an actor and I'm telling a story that's written in the script and I'm a part of the process of telling the story, or if I'm on stage as a poet and I'm telling my own stories via my own writing and my own sharing. As a father, I'm telling stories to my 7-year-old daughter every day. As a transformation coach, I'm telling stories about my process and things that gotten me to where I am today in this legacy stage of life.
Fantastic. And a lot of people, you and I've talked about this before, a lot of people think of stories as just being just that, telling a story. And I know, what you and I talked about before. You use every piece of you. You use every part of you, even doing it now. Your facial expressions, your gestures, and the way that you go through, the tone of your voice, the richness of your voice at times. And I've watched you do a speech from a podium, which is just you to a bunch of people. I've witnessed you doing the kind of what we're doing right now, or a podcast or something like that. And I've watched you, listen to you, but the most important thing that I would say, and I'm going to speak for the masses, Malcolm, is that we feel you. So a couple questions for you. How important is it your physical body, from as many aspects as you can talk about it, is using your physical body in telling a story?
Well, I think for me, the more organically communicative I am, the more of a connection that I make, right? So even though I spent my life on television and in the public eye, there are often times where I hear my voice and I say, "Ooh, I don't like my voice, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't like my inflection. I don't like why I said that." And I would find that in my acting work, there'd be times like, well, I don't like that expression on my face. So I went through a period in my acting work where I was very, very controlling, if you will, and you know, had pre thought out things I was going to do to make sure my eyes don't light up like that, because I really hate when I see that. And then at some point, I realized that that was getting in the way of my craft. Right, I was getting in the way of being organic. And in my line of work as an actor, you cannot be an effective actor if you are not organic. So,
right. So, go ahead, sir.
So once I figured that out, that had an effect across all of my crafts as a poet. There were times where poetry is about expressing, right?
Yes.
Expressing yourself, expressing your experiences, what's on your heart, and you can't do that if you're not being organic. So I realized that in my writing, in my acting, in my delivery of my poetry, in my public speaking, the crucial thing is being able to make that connection, as you were talking about earlier. And you can't make a connection if you're not being organic.
I love that.
And if telling a story, if it's facial expressions, if it's hand gestures, even if there may be, you have to embrace it. Like, even there may be times where I'll go back and watch this and I'll be like, oh, I didn't like that. I didn't like that expression I made. But the point is, it was organic. So whether I can judge it later on if I want to, but that's not the point. The point is my true expression of what I'm trying to get across. And that's the thing that connects with people.
Beautiful, beautiful. There's so many points that I want to talk about through there. So many things I want to say. But one of the things I want to say to everybody listening, you're listening to Malcolm and you're actually watching him do what he's saying. You're literally watching him be honest, and just watch his eyes, watch his facial expression. He's not just looking at the camera and just reciting some lines and everything. He's literally doing what he said there. And this whole concept of organic, I'm going to break it down. My definition of organic is just being the real you, is being who you really are. When you're having a conversation with somebody, you're not thinking about your inflection. You're not thinking about this and that. You're just talking to that person because it's coming from you, and you're not, wait for it, judging yourself. Now, what's really great, it's another thing, to unpack here, is what you were just saying. Most people live in that place. You through your whole life, you've been able to do something, and then it's recorded and you watch it back and judge yourself, right?
Yeah.
Well, nowadays, anybody can do that. And by the way, I'm going to give everybody an assignment. Another assignment that I want you to do is to record yourself and watch yourself, not just so you can see what you're doing, but you can witness how you're feeling about what you're doing. And this is really, really important, because as you're watching yourself, are you criticizing yourself? Are you cringing? Are you going, I should have done this better. I should have done this better. It's not to say that you couldn't, because Malcolm, I know, you and I've had this conversation before. You've done that, especially like with something like music. We play music and we listen to it and we go, whoa, I can practice something. I can make that better. But the whole point that I want to get across here is, from an organic standpoint, the organicness is not just what Malcolm was doing right there. The organicness grows from how you treat your freaking self as well. What Malcolm was just saying, your words were, Malcolm, once I got that, and that was to be able to look at yourself and just go, that's me. Yes, I can make this better this time, instead of going, I didn't do this, because it's not, I didn't do this the way that I wanted to.
Yeah. And I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, please go ahead.
But I was going to say, it's interesting because, those things, those idiosyncrasies, those things we may not like about ourselves as we judge ourselves, those are the very things that make us human. Those are the very things, those very idiosyncrasies are, that's the connection, right?
Yes.
People aren't craving to see people on stage who are perfect with every word they say and every thought they have. People are looking for connection. People are, want to gain trust in people that they're listening to. And those things that aren't perfect, those little flaws, those are the things that speak to people. Those are the things that people can relate to. And we're in this time where, we see where AI is going, right? We're seeing well, at some point AI is going to be able to do everything. But the one thing that AI is not going to be able to do is be a person, right? AI cannot, does not have lived experiences. And it's those lived experiences that make us who we are. There's that human element that not only can never be replaced, there's a human element that you have that no one else can ever duplicate. Someone can use your content. They can use your exact speech, use those same exact words. They're still not going to be you. And that's really where our capital is as human beings, as storytellers, as teachers, as coaches, as entertainers. It's that human aspect that can never be replaced nor duplicated.
And it is every individual has their own things, just like your thumbprint, your fingerprint. It's the only one like it on the planet. You can take the same material, you can take the same dialogue, if you will, and present it your way, your organic way, and it can be a whole different thing, and you can impact people a whole different way. Evidence of that, there through time, musicians have taken a song that somebody else did, and then when they made that song, they made it their own, and it became a completely whole different thing. Here's an example of it. One of my favorite artists of all times is Prince. Okay, and he made a song that I actually, when I first heard the song, because I'm a songwriter and those kinds of things, I thought this is a brilliant song. And I listened to it. I listened to his version of it. And then I listened to another version of the same song done by another group that he was producing called The Family. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
And then that same song was taken and done by a young lady, Sinead O'Connor. And it killed it. If you haven't heard the song or seen the song, this is a perfect example of what we're talking about. I literally got goosebumps when I thought about it. Okay. Yeah. And you watch her delivery of that song, and her delivery of that song, with the exception of maybe 2 or 3 little B-rolls of her walking through a cemetery or something like that, the whole thing was her head. The entire thing was her head. And that's all I'm going to tell you. Matter of fact, I want that to be one of your homework to go back and look at, because this is an example of what Malcolm is talking about. And that is that what she brought to it, and she brought that authenticity or that organicness to it, it changed everybody, everything. And it impacted people's lives. It gave them what I was talking about prior to you coming on, Malcolm, a significant emotional event. And when they got that, guess what they wanted? They wanted more. And when I watched an interview about her, I think she passed away a few years ago, but I watched an interview about her doing that song. And they had originally made this big old video for it, because in those times it was MTV and VH1 and all that stuff. And it was all about the production quality of the videos and everything. But it was her who said, no, let's just do the main thing, just me. And I just want to do it. And she felt that song as she sang it and as she did it.
And when you watch the video, you feel it too.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's the point.
Yeah.
And I'm going to hallucinate this. I'm going to assume that just because this is what I do. But my guess is she wasn't just feeling it herself in there. When she was speaking to that camera or singing to the camera, she was actually transferring that and thinking of who she's singing to as well. In other words, that kind of song, everybody's gone through heartbreak and everybody's gone through that kind of thing. So it made you said the word earlier, Malcolm, and that is relate to her. And that is to me, you can have a crappy story or not as good a story, but if you have that connection, people are still going to listen to you. We've all had situations, we heard a little kid tell a story, and your heart goes out to that kid just because it's the kid. You're feeling that kid. It's not a great story. They're not a great storyteller. But what is it? It's that connection. If there's anything that we want you to get, It's Malcolm put it best, is that organicness, if you will. So, yeah.
You know, I was just going to add to that, you know, so people can talk about the same things, can have the same topics, same subjects of conversation, but you know, I would just, you know, reiterate that no one is going to bring your unique perspective to a same topic that someone else has already spoken on. People who may even be familiar with the topic, they aren't looking for you to give the same perspective as the next person.
Exactly.
When people are listening to people speak, they're buying into the person. Again, it's the connection, it's the trust in, you know, I trust what this person is sharing with me. But that's all, you know, people buy into that connection. They buy into you. What you say is important, but how you make them feel about what you're saying is the crucial part.
Do you think people consciously are going, I trust this guy, they're saying that in their head, or is it just something that they feel that?
I think people feel it, and people are more vocal when they don't trust you. Right? You hear, I don't trust that guy. You know, that voice is really loud.
Yeah, that is
the one that you trust.
Malcolm.
Yeah. I mean, because you're already feeling them, so that connection is already happening, and you're already in it. But when you don't feel that connection, you go.
Wow, that is such an amazing point. I never thought about that, and it is so true. You're vocal to yourself, and you may say it to somebody else. This guy's full of crap. That kind of thing. But when you're in it, you're just feeling it.
Yeah, and then at some point you go, man, I really enjoyed that.
Yeah.
Right.
And the other thing is, when that happens, time flies. Yeah. Time goes by. And when it does, what happens when something happens and time goes by? It leaves you feeling like, you notice we're using this word feeling a lot. I haven't talked about, you know, words or story structure or anything like that. That's for another time. But the truth of the matter is that significant emotional event, if you feel good, if you feel like it has touched you in some way, you want more of it. Sure. And this is where, whether you're doing sales or anything like that, this is where you want to get people to be. They're going, I want some more of that. They want, because it's oftentimes not the product. It's the best product is not always the one that wins. It's the one that touches people and makes people go, oh, I feel that. I want some more of that.
Yeah. You know, and I would, you know, just to piggyback on that, you know, one of the things about, you know, what we do as actors, you know, as actors, we, the connection runs on empathy.
Oh, say that again.
The connection runs on empathy. If we have the connection, then there's empathy. So as an audience, as a viewer, you're connecting to what I'm feeling. That's what I'm, you know, the emotional journey I'm going through is what I'm transferring to you. So if I'm not really feeling it, then you as the viewer are not going to really feel it.
Wow.
So back to that being organic, you want to say something?
No. Go ahead. Because I will. I don't want to cut you off.
So again, back to you know, going back to being organic, I have to feel, I have to really be invested in how I feel about this scene for you as a viewer to be invested. So as a speaker, as a storyteller, I have to be really emotionally invested in the very thing that I'm speaking about for you as the audience to really get it, to really feel, you know, have that emotional, or rather it being a significant emotional event. You're not going to feel that, or your audience is not going to feel that if you're not feeling that yourself.
Exactly. And what you just said, and I like to do, because this is why I love interacting with you. And by the way, everybody that's listening to Malcolm and I are actually going to be doing a project that we want to invite you to do as well. That is called Make It Better, Make It Matter.
Make It Matter.
Yeah, we'll share that a little bit. But I want to back up on a couple things.
Yeah.
Because when you speak, oftentimes there's things that pop up. I want to back up to go something that I said earlier today, and that is that connection that people want to feel like you are caring about them, that you are invested in them, and that you want something for them as well. And what you just said earlier is that you want them, when you're speaking, you're presenting, when you're acting or whatever, you want them to feel this. You want them to feel what the organicness, or you want them to feel the feeling it's you right now. And that is synonymous with you, not you, Malcolm, caring about that person. Yes. I saw somebody type in here, people don't remember what you said, they remember how you make them feel.
Yeah.
And how you make them feel is they feel like you care about them.
Yes.
And I watch you do it through the screen. I watch you do it live. I watch you do it through your music, and I watch those other things. The other thing I want to point out is this, is that when you said that about empathy, see, I learned a long time ago that sympathy and empathy are two different things. Sympathy is, oh man, that must have been bad. That must have hurt, that kind of thing. Empathy is, yeah, me too. Yeah. Empathy is, I feel that because I felt that before. And I'll give you an example, silly example, but it's how I learned what empathy was. I never was, I can't drink alcohol because I'm that guy that if I have like a glass of wine, I'm the guy on the table with a lampshade on his head and my pants down, dancing around. Somebody has to take me home. Alcohol doesn't agree with me. And I never had been.
Sorry, Joseph, there are some things you just can't unsee.
Sorry that you'll never be able to erase that from your head.
Thanks a lot, pal.
You're welcome. And I also never was addicted to drugs. Now, have I assisted and helped other people that have been alcoholics and drug abusers and things like that or addicted? The answer is yes. And I had sympathy for them, and I had somewhat of empathy, but I never really knew what it was like. And I didn't have that deep set of empathy until several years ago. I had major knee surgery. This is 2013, major knee surgery. A long story short, the physician said, and I had to be up and on stage walking with no limp in 6 weeks. And the physician said, it's going to take you 8 to 12 weeks to recover. And I said, I got to do this. He said, I'm not an athlete. He was an athletic doctor. And I said, I'm not an athlete. So, I just got to be able to walk normally. He said, okay, we're going to do this, but I'm telling you, it's going to hurt. It's going to be one of the most painful things that you've ever gone through. And I said, great. Okay, I can take it. Famous last words. Yeah. So I did the operation and they said, you're going to be up walking the day of the operation because you cannot sit. And I said, okay, bring it. So they gave me the operation. I woke up from the operation. I got no pain at all because they had morphine going through me. Right. And I got up and I walked and I go, this is a piece of cake. Right. Second day, same thing. Third day, got to go home. Right. And I wake up and my knee is hurting. Bad, but it's hurting. And so I ring the nurse and I go, can you bring me some pain medication? And she goes, absolutely. So she comes in and she gives me a couple of pills that were like the equivalent of, double strength Tylenol or whatever. I take them, nothing. And my knee's getting worse and worse. And it's like boom, boom. And by the way, they had me on this machine that was constantly bending my knee over and over again. CRM, constant repetition machine, okay, going over and over again. And every time it'd be like, ow, 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 God, no, help me, help me. And then they sent me home like that and a bottle of pills, right? Those same ones. By just a few hours later, I'm calling the doctor up crying, like, okay, you were right. Give me something else. Put me back on the morphine. They go, no, we can't do that. You'll become addicted to it. And so he gave me something called Oxycontin. It's one of the things, the opiates that's harming so many people now. And he gave it to me. Pain went away. Pain went away. And then after 10, 15 days of taking this stuff, it was 10 days after taking this stuff, the pain wasn't there. Or it wasn't what it was before because I remember waking up and I'd forgotten to take my medication. So the medication had worn off and I really felt, okay, there was no pain in my knee. And so the pain that I was going through in that moment to not take the drug was greater than the pain of my knee. It was like, I felt like I got to have this. And my brain was going through all of these things, like rationalizing and all those things. And it was in that moment. And by the way, I got up because I realized in that moment I'm addicted, literally addicted. That's what an addict goes through. And that no matter what, you can rationalize about it, but your brain is going, go do it. I got up, crawled across the floor and flushed those things down the toilet. And when I did, I cried. Did I do the right thing? Oh, no, because I'm going to go through withdrawals. My point is because now I have empathy. Now I have empathy because for anybody that's going through that kind of thing, now I know what it's like. And I have that feeling. And my ability to be able to go to that place, and I do call on that, which is going to be my next question to you. I do call on that time when it's time for me to be instantly empathetic. So my question to you is, do you call on past experiences, stories, episodes to put yourself in a specific state or any kind of state that you need?
Typically, no. I will go back to let's say a situation that evoked that feeling, and then for me, it's creating a story that I can organically connect to, and use that in the work, because you don't really want to, like I did a anthology series for Fox called Accused, and it was about it was a courtroom anthology. So every episode was a different episode, different storyline, different cast. And in my particular episode, and every episode took place in court. So every episode begins with the person in court, and then there's a whole flashback as to how they got there.
Right.
So my particular episode, my character was being convicted of murder for murdering the man who
I saw that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Murdering the man who molested his 8-year-old daughter. At the time, my daughter was 6, and there's no way that I'm going to use my own daughter for that, right? And even at some point, and again, and that's for a couple of reasons. I'm in that show, I'm in almost every scene. So if I keep going back to the same very real event, at some point that's going to dry up.
Right. Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right. So one of the things that I make a point not to do is to use my real life stories. I will find that situation again that evoked that feeling, and then as a creator, I create a story
around it. So
details around that will always be able to evoke that feeling.
Yeah, that's kind of what I meant. I didn't mean, and thank you for that clarity. I didn't mean that you use that every time, but you were able to access that and know how that feels.
Sure.
Yeah. And I think it's at this time, Malcolm, if you would, speaking of stories, a lot of people know you from what they've seen on television, movies, and listen to your music and so on and so forth. But would you share with us a little bit about your humble beginnings or your beginnings that got you into this? And because there's so much wisdom in what your mom said to you and so on and so forth. So I don't want to cut off. Share with us a little bit how you got started and a bit of your journey along. And before you say that, to everybody, here's what I want you to know. One of the greatest things about this man is, like I said, where he is in his life right now is that legacy stage of life, and that place where he gives back and he coaches people and so on and so forth. And he's gotten so many lessons along the way that he has embodied and made a difference. So if you would share with us a little bit about, your beginnings that got you started in doing this.
Sure. I'll try to make it as concise as possible.
Yeah. Storytellers always say that. Yeah.
Right. It means buckle up, buttercup. No, so I started, my parents are very special people. They've been divorced since I was 3. I mean, they've been separated since I was 3. They finally got divorced when I was about 6. But my entire life, they have been like brother and sister. Even today, my dad has been remarried for 47 years, and my mom and dad are still, like best friends, like brother and sister. So I grew up with that kind of exposure. I grew up understanding having a fundamental understanding that just because a romantic relationship doesn't work out doesn't mean that there can't be a relationship beyond that. I grew up, experiencing that even if the parents are not together, they can still have a loving relationship with their child.
Right, and raise it.
Those experiences really had a profound effect on my growing up. My dad lived in Chicago. We lived in Los Angeles. I would go to Chicago every summer to see my dad. And he worked for a community center. So I was exposed to the arts. And I remember being 6 years old, and I declared to my parents that when I grew up, I was either going to be a famous actor, a famous poet, or a famous basketball player. So, fast forward to my adult life, I'm like, oh, wow, I prophesied that. I got 2 out of 3. Never want to see my basketball game.
Me either, by the way.
There's a reason why the actor poet worked out. But I was always writing, and my parents were both very supportive and very encouraging of my writing. My father would give me poetry books when I was a kid. One of my favorite poetry books was Poems on the Life and Death of Malcolm X. And I'm in 5th grade with a book about Malcolm X on my school desk. So there was just a lot that both of my parents instilled in me, and they were very encouraging and supportive when it came to the arts. When I started acting, I was doing theater, and I ended up getting an agent, but my parents did not groom me for the business. My mother was always trying to find things for me to do outside of just going to school and coming home and playing with my friends. So
right. Keep you off the streets.
Yeah. So it used to be basketball. And again, I love basketball. I just wasn't that great at it. And one season, 1 year basketball season was over. My mother's friend suggested this acting workshop. So when I got into the acting, again, it wasn't, my mother wasn't like, oh, I'm going to make my son a TV star. It was just something for me to do. And it turned out being something that I absolutely loved, but it wasn't because my mother was pushing me and being a stage mom, grooming me for this business. So by the time the Cosby Show came along, I had been doing some television, still doing a lot of theater. And by the time Cosby came out, for those of you who are old enough to remember, out the box, it was this phenomenon. It was this #1 show, like not just in the country, but in the world. I'm 14 years old. And my mother sat me down and said to me, baby, it's great that this show is the phenomenon that it is, but you know how this business is. This show could be over next year. What are you going to do when the show's over? She said, I can type. I can always get a job, but what are you going to do when the show's over? So this is me at 14 years old on the #1 show in the world. And my mother has me thinking about life after this show. The show lasted 8 years.
Yeah.
And I spent each of those 8 years uber focused on what I was going to do when the show was over.
And you started the show at 14?
14, yeah.
Oh,
but I knew somewhere around 15, 16, I'd seen this show called Where Are They Now?
Yeah. Was that VH1?
No, this is pre-VH1. This was like ABC.
Right. Okay.
When there were still 3 networks. And I remember that it scared the bejesus out of me. And I was like, I do not want to be a Where Are They Now kid. So in those formative years, I had my sights set on, what I was going to do when the show was over. When I would do interviews, people would ask, what does it feel like being a success at such a young age? And again, this is at 15, 16 years old. My response was, just because the show is successful doesn't mean that I'm successful. For me, it won't be until I'm in my 40s, 50s, 60s, having worked consistently as an actor and director and artist, only then will I be able to look back and say, I've had a successful career. And I knew that at 15, 16 years old. So it was always, the thinking ahead. And I think a lot of times it's easy in this industry to get caught up in, I have a hot song out, a hot TV show, a hot movie. And it's so easy to lose perspective and just deal with the now, as opposed to, if you want longevity, you got to think way down the line.
Right.
And that takes a certain kind of mindset, a certain kind of discipline, a certain kind of set of tools to be able to think of that path, and then to be able to implement those tools, for 20, 30, 40 years.
Right. First up, thank you for that. And again, so much to unpack. And I just want to kind of back up on a couple of things that most people in whatever career that they're in live the antithesis of what you are doing. People live worrying about, if I lose this, if I don't, because they don't think about, what am I going to do? They think about, if I lose this, and that's just like, I got a blue background, look at that blue and don't think of the color blue. If you're looking at the blue, then that's what you're going to feel and that's what you're going to do. And so many other things, but I do want to go back on one thing. That would you share with us, because this is kind of pertinent to what we're talking about today with regard to being organic and being that person. Share with us your audition, when you did your audition, and Mr. Cosby said that, yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Share with us that.
Yeah, so when I had the final callback for the Cosby Show, they had, there were all the, it was down to the last 3 actors for this role. And I went in, I was there with my acting coach. My mom was working, so my acting coach took me to the audition. And, I'd worked on the scene with my audition with my acting coach. I go into the audition room, and there's this scene between Cliff and Theo. It's about Monopoly money, what have you. And I was reading Theo like I had seen kids on TV before me. Kids are young and precocious, and precocious and smart out. So it was the Gary Coleman, the Todd Bridges, the Webster, the Little Rascals. That's the cutesy. And I went in. That was my approach, because that's what I had been conditioned to see young kids on TV. And I went in and I killed in the room. Everybody's laughing. I'm hitting all the beats. Right. I am doing everything, that can happen for me to get this job, because I'm studied and I'm killing it. And I finished the audition and everybody's smiling. And the only person not smiling was Mr. Cosby. And he just looked at me and he said, "Would you really talk to your father like that?" I said, "No." He said, "Well, I don't want to see that on the show. You go back out and you work on something else and you bring something else. Go ahead." So for me, I was like, okay, well, I completely tanked this audition. So I go back into the hallway with my acting coach and we rework it. And when I come in again, I did a total 180-degree turn from that first audition. And that's how I booked the role, because it was the organic side of me.
That's what I was looking for. That's what I was looking for.
Yeah,
baby.
instead of going for the, everything that was right technically, because I'm hitting the right beats, I've got the right inflection, but it wasn't organic. And it was focusing on the technical is what would have cost me that job. Being organic is what got me that job.
Beautiful. And again, the reason I wanted to share that with you is because even at 14 years old, being the real kid, that's what made the difference. And that spurned a career that has lasted 4.5 decades or 4 decades now, and that's right. I'm sorry. 2 decades. Yeah. Well, no, the cat's already out of the bag. I already told you. Yeah. Legacy stage. And the reason I wanted to tie all that stuff together is that all of this that when you came to this call today, you may have been expecting, which by the way, there is that aspect of it, expecting how to put a story together and how to, do all the things that hit all those marks and everything. Those things are in the works as well. This is an opportunity to get from, and again, at the risk of sounding arrogant, to people who live it. Me as a speaker, as a presenter, and a coach, and all those things that I do now. And here is a person that is all of those things, plus an actor of unbelievable magnitude and all the things that they've done. That what we're telling you is the most important part of it is you can go get speeches. You can go on, you can go to AI and say, write me a speech about A, B, C, D, and they're going to do it. And if you have that and you just read it and it's not you, if you're not connected to the people there, then what's going to happen is it's going to either fall by the wayside or people are not going to pay the attention to it. Now, I want to touch on something that you said, and I know because this is how our relationship, for lack of a better term, grew. You said, I have an acting coach. I have this, and I always the thing that I encourage people, because I've had coaches as well, and still do. People that teach me things. My belief is, and I want to hear what your belief on it is as well, is that the easiest, quickest, best, fastest way to go further, faster is to get a coach. Yeah. A coach / mentor, somebody that's been there, done that, somebody that can help you navigate through all of those things. Share with us a little bit about what your beliefs about that, because I've seen you have acting coaches, you've had me as your coach, you've had music coaches and all those things. What is your belief about a coach with regard to getting people to helping people go further, faster?
Sure. Having a coach, having a mentor is essential. As long as I've been on television, I've either been working or I've been in acting class. It's very rare that I will go on an audition without seeing my acting coach. I've got, as you know, Joseph, I've got bass coaches.
Right.
I look at it as top athletes on top sports teams, as talented as they are, what do they all have? Right? The coaching is essential. No matter how brilliant you may be, two heads will always be better than one.
Yes.
Right? No matter what field you're in, there is someone who's been there, who's done it already. Who has made a bunch of missteps, who are in their legacy stage, and there are people who are so willing and so open to coach those who are coachable. Once you understand that, once again, no matter how brilliant you are, once you understand that a coach is going to help you shore that up and help you put the finishing touches and the polish and teach you the nuances that you're just not going to get on your own because you are so focused on the thing. It's always good to have another set of eyes who are watching you do the thing, but can also see some of the things you can't see because they can be. Their job is to be one step away and see your vision and guide you. It's self-guidance is awesome, but self-guidance plus coaching and mentoring, you're in strategy.
Further, faster, baby. And it is really, the things that you said are so true, is that they can see, feel, hear things that you can't when you're in that moment, when you're doing something. We've all done things, written a song or done something and went, this is crappy, or we went, this is good. And that person that has looking at it from a different perspective can say, that's great. And add this little tweak, add this little thing here, do this little thing right here, because they can see something that you can't. Yeah. Now, I'm going to segue out for a second and we'll come back to that. I'm going to share with everybody something that as a coach and as a mentor, if you will, that I want everybody to consider this that I'm about to say. With everything that we've talked about here today, I'm going to go back to some things. Being self-critical of yourself, okay? Which is one of the things that Malcolm was talking about in the very beginning. Not being organic, not being able to connect with people, there's a substantial amount of people that are even people that are seasoned people. I know people that are, I won't give any names, but I know some pretty well-known people who still suffer from stage fright, suffer from imposter syndrome, suffer from things like that. And all of those things, I'm here to tell you that there is process to mitigate those things and replace them with something else. And I will do this. I'm going to say something that as I say it, just like I did before, when I asked you about what is it that you want, I'm going to say this. And as I say it, if any one of these things that I say hinders you, holds you back, or causes you to have some sort of doubt, all I want you to do is type a 1 or raise your hand or whatever. They're what I call the toxic 10. And here's what I mean by that. There's only 10 things that hold you back. There's only 10 things that hold you back. And there's 3 things that help you go further and faster. Okay. Here's what the 10 things are. And when I go through them, as soon as I hit one that makes you go, yep, I need some work on that, or that has held me back in the past. And here's what they are. Watch this. Procrastination, hesitation, fear of failure, fear of success, self-doubt, self-loathing, imposter syndrome, stress, overwhelm, and fear of rejection.
Hey, Joseph.
Yo.
Is it okay if we just go ahead and put 1 through 10 in the chat?
Yeah, if you're human, you're going to ace all of them. Absolutely. And whatever stage in your life you're in, those things are those are the thieves of our dreams. So you can want something. Remember what I said before? There's more to those magnets that I just showed you. The reason we look away is fear of rejection. On the 2 ends, there's procrastination and fear of rejection. Those are the main ones. But as soon as we do that, we're pushing what we want away. Everybody sabotages. We sabotage ourselves. We don't do what we said we were going to do. We cheat on our diets. We do things. We don't show up for important meetings, or we do things like that, or we procrastinate or whatever. And all of them is because one or a combination of those show up. Now, are there subsets to all of those things? The answer is yes. But the truth of the matter is that piece that I just gave you right there is why you need a freaking coach. Why you go and get somebody, because those are, Malcolm, you said it best. Those are our blind spots. We don't know that they're there. We don't, when we're in that mode, we're not thinking that, oh, I'm suffering from fear of rejection right now, or I'm whatever. It's just how you're feeling in that moment. And so as a speaker, as a storyteller, whether you're doing podcasts or anything like that, your level of certainty, your level of confidence, your level of I use the 2 words bravery and confidence. Those 2 things are what you want to replace the toxic 10 with. Now, having said that, I said there's 3 things. I'm not going to go into them. We get to converse with you a little bit later, everybody. I don't hope. I always say the hope place. That's down the street. This is the do place here. Okay. Coach put me in. Somebody said. Yeah. I love that.
Yeah.
Oh, that's beautiful. Okay, so there's only 3 things. And again, I'm circumlocuting these things, and just because I want you to have these out there in your world to be aware of. There's only 3 things that help us go further faster. And here's what they are. Number 1, your psychology. I call it the 60-20-20 rule. 60% of your ability and your what makes you get up and do what is necessary, because it's not knowing something, it's doing something that makes a difference. Okay, 60% of it is your psychology. And back on what Malcolm was saying earlier, your psychology is to kind of condense it, comes down to what you think about yourself first. Number 2, what you think about other people, your conscious and unconscious thoughts, consistent thoughts that you think, or beliefs that you have about yourself, other people, and your environment, the world around you. That's it. I like to simplify things, by the way. And so if you're going through life and you got the toxic 10, I guarantee you all of those things start with your psychology, what you're thinking about yourself. I can't do that. There's something wrong with me. I'm not good enough. I'm not this. And I like what you said before, Malcolm, we're not consciously doing this, but it is unconsciously coming out. I'm sorry, we're not consciously always doing that, but it's coming out in the form of fear. Yeah. And so psychology is the number one thing. It's just how you think. But here's the greatest part about it is you can change how you think. And by the way, on what we have here, you not only change how you think, but you can change how other people think as well. That's called influence. Remember what I said before about the 50-foot rule? You're literally changing how people think. They don't know it. It is not manipulative. It is caring, loving, all those things, and having that empathy for somebody else and wanting them to feel what you feel. That literally changes how they think. The second thing is, we're going to go to commercial here in just a little bit, but the second thing is the energy that you produce. Now, and this is, again, I'm slipping into the cosmic zone here for a second, because a lot of people think of energy as just a get up and go energy. But literally, I use the term unseen forces. I showed you the magnets. You can't see the magnetism. You can't see electricity, but you can see what it produces, which is called light, or making the shaver work, or your cell phone, or things like that. But human beings, we produce unseen energy. We produce a magnetic field around us. And remember when I showed you with the magnets, what you want to do is produce that in a way while you're connecting with somebody else. First off, connecting with yourself in the right way, while you're connecting with somebody else, so that that unseen force, that energy, which is just electricity, causes the third thing, which is called magnetism. That's why I showed you the magnets. When you have that, this man that you're looking at right now has it in spades and has had it for years, whether he knew it or not back then, but he does. It is the reason why when you watch him, you can't take your eyes off him. When you listen to him, you can't stop listening to him. When you're being taught by him, you're going, yeah, I want some more of that. All of those things are together. You are drawn towards him because he's drawn towards you. And so that is what we bring to you. The Tribune, Malcolm, and all that we're doing here is bringing to you, I said this at the very beginning, outside the box. Outside the box. Most people live in that same kind of box. You can go on Instagram right now and scroll to your heart's desire, and you're going to see story after story. You're going to see, they even call them stories. You're going to see examples after examples, and so on and so forth. But the ones that stick, the ones that go viral, if you will, and the ones that make you go, I'm going to do something about that, are the ones that have those elements that we're talking about. And I'd love to hear your feedback on at least some of what I talked about here, because I know you live these things, Malcolm.
Sure. Well, I think what's interesting to go back to the psychology, right? I think one of the things that can stop us in our tracks, be some sort of combination of those toxic 10, is a lot of times we don't want to come off as weird, if you will, right? And we as a society spend so much time trying to fit into this box of normal, and really we are all a society of people who are not normal, who are trying to appear normal.
Well said.
So I'm a big proponent of not worrying about coming off as weird, because so many people you're talking to are weird.
Yeah.
Right? And they are going to feel a connection. You're going to, I know what that person is feeling because I feel the same way. Embrace that, because, those, again, those idiosyncrasies, those little weird things that are 100% you, there are people who have those things and will be able to connect with you and will find comfort in the very thing that you may consider weird. There's something that I've even learned as a musician. There are times where, I play with people I started playing bass when I was 26. ever since I picked up the bass, I've played with people who've been playing since they were in the womb.
That's how you and I met, by the way.
Yeah, at Rick Newton's bass camp.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we know a lot of musicians who've been, who have skills and can play, worlds around us. So for the longest time, I always felt that, what I don't know or what my limitations are limit me from being a really good musician. And then I heard this quote. I heard a musician say that as artists, our limitations is what makes our art.
Yes.
Right? Like that place between where we are and where we're striving to be, that's where the art is. So those things that we're trying to hide because we don't want to come off as weird, that's where the stuff is, in terms of going back to that connectivity, really being able to own and embrace every part of who you are. That's one of the things that helps with again, we'll go back to the psychology, like whatever those things are that are preventing me, let me embrace all of that. Let me acknowledge all of it, and let me, barrel forward ahead, because all of that is going to make me the dynamic speaker, storyteller that I am.
Absolutely. I love that. And how to do that, that's the process, if you will.
Yeah.
In other words, that's what a coach helps you do, because you could not have put it any better, what you just said right there. That fear of weirdness, I'm just going to call it that fear of being weird, that's just fear of rejection. That is just, and by the way, it is the number one fear of human beings, and it's designed in us for a reason, to keep us alive. I won't go into that now.
Yeah, you know what? I'm sorry. So I tell my 7-year-old daughter, and I've told this for a long time, if somebody ever calls you weird, say thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Because, and you couldn't put it better. And by the way, we're going to go to commercial here shortly, so everybody stay around. That whole thing, when you look at the people that we want to be like, okay, nowadays you look at somebody like a Steph Curry. You look at all these kids, they want to be like him. Well, he's a weird character. He's a different character. And the people that we want to be like, the people that we look at as being, these are the people that are at the top of their game, or so on and so forth, they're the weirdest. And I love that thing with regard, we're in this thing trying to be normal, but we don't want to be normal. And so having said all of that, our outcome with this call, with the LA Tribune, and all the things that we're going to be doing, is to give everybody here that's listening, and I hope you've enjoyed this so far, and it's not over yet. We'll go to commercial, we're going to come back. I hope what we've given you is at least some insight into your own self, that, listen, wherever you are right now, there is another level. And to go further faster, to step up to that new level, is to step outside the box and learn some new things and do some new things that the average person is not ever going to do. And so, Malcolm, are there any final things you would like to say before we run off to commercial?
Yeah, I think I can continue to say ad nauseum, be yourself, right? Find yourself, own yourself, embrace yourself, because that's where the connectivity happens.
Absolutely, love it. And everybody always recognize, and that's why you're here, so kudos for being here, that there are always avenues. There's always people. Michael Silver said it earlier, and that is that, and it's not just us at this stage in our lives. We are here, and this unbelievable platform called the LA Tribune allows us to be able to reach you in these ways. Stay plugged in. Stay plugged in. This time that you're spending with us here today, priceless. I'm sure Malcolm will say, I'll say this as well. I wish I had this kind of information, years ago. Yeah. Absolutely. So, having said that,
and I'm glad that we are able to purse this information out.
Absolutely.
Right? And offer the very thing that we wish we had.
Absolutely. And we're going to get you some information on everybody here on something that we call Make It Matter, which is our way to be able to coach you as well, and to give back in that way. So having said that, I'm looking at the clock here. We got to go away to commercial. Remember this, everybody. Life is always exactly what you dare to make it. And fortune favors the bold. So the trick to it is, no matter what you're doing, no matter what you want to do, is to learn the skill of boldly stepping up and daring to make your life magnificent. We're going to go to commercial and we'll be back. We'll see you in just a little bit.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
I am muted. Isn't it great to have a team that says you're muted, you're muted, you're muted? So anyways, I wanted to thank everybody. What a great day, with Joseph and Malcolm, and truly join them. The biggest thing is we'll have the information. It's been in the chat, but there was a question. I'm watching the chat, but can I have a QR code? So we do have a QR code. What's going to happen in a minute? They're just going to flash it for a second. It's going to blank my face out, right? It's going to go literally right over my face, but we'll leave it up just for about 10 seconds because you can take a snapshot of it. And that way you can join, because you're going to join them in the program. We'll talk more about it later. We're going to have Ken Honda here in just a couple minutes. And then we've got an amazing panel, and then an amazing presentation by Karen Hall. And then I'm going to have our two web guys on talking a little bit about media and really what it looks like for entrepreneurs. And then Joseph and I are going to be here at the end, answer some questions, just be with you. And then we're going to let you all go away for today. But you're going to join us on the bigger journey, because being part of a community makes everything different in what we do. So with that being said, Daniel, if you can pop up that QR code. There you go. See my face? Isn't my face beautiful? Doesn't it look amazing to see with all the lights and everything here? So if you all want to take a snap that picture, you can go ahead and join the community and team. You're always part of the community. Here at the LA Tribune, we believe in bringing greatness to you. We believe in having it just better and better and better. And for Malcolm and Joseph, thank you so much. What a brilliant presentation, because it was really, I'll tell you, so the whole team was taking notes. The whole team not only was taking notes, but they were able to actionable items that we can use today. You want to walk away from every show with one thing that you can do. What is one thing that you can do to make a difference or change a life, or it changes your own life? And then you've had a great day. And really for Malcolm and Joseph to spend that time live, Joseph will be with us later again, and then be with them for a year. And that's all I'm going to say. You know how we do it at the Tribune. There we go. You guys are awesome. So with that being said, we're moving to our next piece. We have Mr. Ken Honda and part of our team are going to be doing this. We're going to, in a minute, we're going to go to commercial. You'll see me later. And when we go to commercial, it's get ready to take notes. It's about your life. It's about how you do things. It's about the feeling inside. It's about creating money and value for others. And that's the great part. And the comments have been just rolling in like crazy. So you guys are awesome. So I'll put this up one more time, just so for those of us, and when you join, by the way, you're going to have a thing that says join us in the community, and you'll see a community that's going to put you in. And we're all, for those of you that do join and do it really today, we'll have a special call. And especially for those that registered, we'll have a special call. You're always one team, one family, and it makes a difference. So there's a QR code. Here I am. We're about to go to commercial. And then when we come back, it will be our amazing CEO, Mr. Mo Rock, and Mr. Ken Honda and our team. All right, on 3, team, we're going to go to commercial. That's a 1. Have a great time. You're not going anywhere. Oh, by the way, share this with everybody you know. Share it on social media. Get this out. Get everybody in who thinks they should be watching this, or wants to be with Malcolm and Joseph over the next year of their life. Here we go. All right, team, let's go to commercial.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
And welcome back to the Los Angeles Tribune, ladies and gentlemen. Today we have such an incredible and exciting program here. First of all, I want to start off by thanking all of the folks that are tuning in live all around the world. We, of course, are about to introduce a world-renowned speaker, somebody that is a big supporter of the Los Angeles Tribune community, not only in Los Angeles, in the United States, but around the world. I want to start off by congratulating this community for an incredible program that we recently did with Dan Kennedy, somebody who many people call the icon of marketing, the godfather of marketing. And of course, that program was well received in the United States, as well as our colleagues and community in Japan. And this is another program that will be broadcasted not only in the United States, but we're going to have an exclusive translation for our growing and incredible Japanese community. So to our friends in Japan, I want to say konnichiwa and arigato, because you are such a huge part of the Los Angeles Tribune movement. And with that, I want to first of all ask Donna Campbell and Alicia Magnus Lewis, my two co-hosts that will be taking the lead today. How excited are you to spend some time with the author of Happy Money, the man known as the Zen Millionaire, a man with a global influence, a international keynote speaker, the man that taught us all how to have happy money in our lives, the legendary Ken Honda, who sold well over 8 million books around the world, one of the top-selling authors in the nonfiction genre in Japan and around the world. How excited are the two of you to be able to pick his mind today here as we head into 2025. Donna Campbell, please.
You know, I can't think of a better way to kick off the new year than to talk about money, abundance, prosperity, manifesting, all of those things, because those are the topics that are relevant today, especially at the new year, where people are looking at really creating what they want to have moving forward in the future. And I'm truly honored that we have Ken with us today.
Alicia.
I love that, Donna. I'd like to say arigato. Thank you, Ken Honda, for joining us and blessing us with your presence. Ken Honda is such an advocate for spirituality and coming to oneness, accepting where you've come from and understanding that there's so much abundance in this world and there is another way, and kind of reshifting and shaping people's own dynamics with themselves, with their own experiences, and how they show up in the world to bring more abundance into their lives, into their homes, into their families, into their communities. And so I'm thrilled to have this conversation with Ken today and with you all as we kick off 2025 and we think about how we can quantum leap in our personal lives and our professional lives. So arigato, Ken.
Thank you so much. And before we bring Ken Honda here on the virtual Los Angeles Tribune stage, I do want to thank several folks that helped make this possible. Donna Campbell, Michael Silvers, our vice president. Our thoughts go out to him. He's in a region of the United States where electricity has vanished. So hopefully he'll be back on his feet here soon. And I want to thank a wonderful organization that, just like the Los Angeles Tribune, is focused on using media as a force for positivity, and that's TNL Media Gene. TNL Media Gene, a fantastic organization that I endorse that does incredible work. And with that, we want to bring Ken Honda up here on the stage. Ken Honda, welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune virtual stage. Welcome, and thank you for taking time to be here. Our first question, as I step back and let Alicia and Donna take the lead, is what is the difference between money and happy money. Ken Honda, please.
Thank you so much. And I'm so excited to be with you. I'm joining you from Japan. And this is my greatest joy to be able to share my insight on money. I think there are two kinds of money. One, happy money. The other, unhappy money. Happy money touches your life. When you receive money, you feel so happy and grateful. And when you receive it, and also when you spend it, it brings you a smile. You feel so good about paying the bills and just appreciate the people at the restaurant. Thank you for the beautiful food. If you can relate with your money that way, that is happy money. But on the other hand, if you feel irritated and frustrated when you receive money, and when you feel squeezed when you pay bills, that is unhappy money. So it's a difference. The same money, but it's up to you. If you relate with money in a happy way, it becomes happy money. And if not, that becomes unhappy money that keep you frustrated.
Wow, that is a great distinction there, Ken, between happy money and unhappy money, because I've never looked at it in those terms. We've always been taught to be gracious and gratitude for the things that we've had, but you're absolutely right that happiness will attract more of that abundance. But if you're in that unhappiness and you have the frustration with the money, your money is not going to grow exponentially.
That's so true.
So your books, Happy Money, it's inspired millions of people to transform their financial mindset, just as you started talking here. How can people really create a prosperous financial future as they leap into the new year outside of just looking at money as happiness?
You know, I understand what's going on outside really disturbs you because, you know, the Dow Jones going up and down, the real estate is also going up and down, the prices of food and the cost of living just are skyrocketing. And then our income is not going up as much as we want. So we feel squeezed or crunched in between the two. So can you find peace with your money? So the key is to do what you're excited about and then do something that you're super good at. If you're good at sales, you have to sell more. If you're good at listening, you should listen more. And if you are good at speaking, you should speak more. If you love connecting people, you should do that more. So do whatever you're good at, and then people just appreciate you. By helping other people, by giving 100% of who you are to the other people or to society, it'll just come back as appreciation. And usually people, clients who feel so appreciative of your services, they bring you more money. I call it happy money. So do what excites you the most, and then do what you're good at. If you just keep doing that, people will just keep coming, and then usually with happy money.
I love that, Ken. The distinction of happy money and feeling gratitude for any activity that you're doing as you're spending money is really can be a mindset shift for a lot of people. For those where this is a completely new concept and they still may have internal resistance around their finances or around how they engage with money, what are
Right.
some practices or principles that they can think about to start to reshape and reshift some of those mindsets and go within before they start engaging with the world and spending and acquiring money so they can actually keep it?
Right. So what's happening is that we tend to act cool. So we think just money is just numbers in your bank account, but it's not. It's just energy. It could pull you the worst and the best out of you. And money pulls out the best emotions and the worst emotions. So you can be so happy with money. You can be so joyful and excited. At the same time, money can pull out the worst from you. You get frustrated. You could be the meanest person on the planet. You know, we remember our parents, they were the nicest people, and also they were the worst people. So the same thing goes true with the dealing with money every day. So what I would suggest is what my mentor, Wahei Takeda, who used to be called Warren Buffett of Japan, he said, he's one of the wealthiest individual in Japan. And he said, the key to happiness and abundance is arigato your money. That means appreciating your money, both coming in and going out. When you receive money, just say arigato or thank you to the money. Because imagine your clients could have chosen thousands of other coaches, but they chose you to do business with you. So there are so many reasons that you appreciate the person who bring you the money. So if you just keep appreciating your clients and customers, they feel you. And then they'll be happy to bring more clients and businesses. When you spend money too, you always appreciate the people that you pay your money to. You know, you kind of expect that you get the appreciation from them. But in fact, the fact that you're paying somebody is that they're giving you the goods or the services. So you can be so joyful and appreciate the services at the restaurant or the goods that you bought. Like, for example, I bought this very little cute cat the other day, and this is so worth the money. You know, wherever I go, I kind of bring it, and it brings me so much happiness and joy. So when I found it and when I bought it, I said, thank you. I was looking for a cute cat like this, you know, and then it's kind of with me. This little one is with me. This little cat is called Sarah, but you know, she's with me. So when you find something that's so valuable for you, like, thank you, I really appreciate you for selling this. And that becomes happy money.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're here with one of the world's best-selling authors, Ken Honda, as well as a special appearance from Sarah. So thank you for that special appearance, Sarah, for popping in. And you're really talking about the power of gratitude. And there we go. And one of my mentors, Ken, is Dr. Joe Vitale. He's my mentor and a good friend of mine. He talks so much about gratitude, and he's been on our platform teaching the concept of gratitude so much. And, you know, something that I want to delve into is when it comes to happy money, Ken, what I've noticed is that there's a lot of people, as they go up into the levels of success financially, a lot of times as individuals and entrepreneurs get to a certain level, they have deservability problems, where once they start making a certain amount of money, they start having fear. They start thinking that something negative is going to happen now that something positive happened. Maybe they believe that now that they made a certain amount of money, other problems will come with it once they reach a certain threshold. For your students that have dealt with this particular problem, how can you help guide them to a solution? Ken Honda.
Thank you, Mo. It's such a beautiful question. So the key is to really be content with where you are. So the problem is that the more income, the more money you make, the more money you spend. So you always feel like you're drowning in the bills, the mountains of bills. So you really have to appreciate your money, and then you feel content. Unless you're content with what you got, you cannot really feel happiness. So there are two more important things in life. Go after what you want, and at the same time, you have to be content with what you receive. Otherwise, you cannot really enjoy what you got.
Incredible, powerful answer. Thank you so much. And Ken, in your years of teaching and mentoring and helping, is there a question, a problem that you have noticed is a lot more common than somebody may realize, a reoccurring theme? What are some of the what is the most reoccurring problem that you have felt as a teacher and noticed as a teacher in your students? A question that you often get. Our audience would love to know.
Yes, I think it's so easy to forget to appreciate where we are. So one of my students, who was a single mom at the time, she was complaining about her little pay. And then I asked her, what are the things that you can appreciate about? And then she said she got hired without a college degree. So she started appreciating her boss, and then she got a big raise and bonus. So we tend to take everything for granted. So that's why we complain about our situation. But once we start appreciating our clients, our family members, and the loved ones that we truly care about, then they appreciate you back. But we often take everything for granted. So that's why this, at any time, it doesn't have to be a Christmas time or New Year's time. We can find some time to appreciate our clients for their businesses and also our close friends and family members to be in our life. So the more arigato, more appreciation we have in our life, and the happiness, more happiness we get. But we are so used to just having nice cars or a house or just good job or whatever that is, whatever is in our hands, we take it for granted. So that is something we often tend to ignore.
Excellent. And I'm going to ask one more question, and I'm going to have my co-host Alicia take it away for a few minutes. And you've sold at least over 8 million books worldwide, Ken.
Right.
What impact do you hope that your teachings will have ultimately on people's lives? It's a legacy question. I'm very curious in terms of the impact that you personally are looking to make on the face of the earth. Please.
Mm-hmm. So I hope I will be remembered as a arigato guy, because if we appreciate one more thing every day, our life would definitely change. So my mentor used to say arigato or thank you at least 100 more times a day. Miracles are going to happen. I think my mentor, my friend, Dr. Joe Vitale, I think he's saying this exact same thing from a different angle. So if you just increase your arigato or thank you, your life will be definitely different. So I'm here to share the wisdom and insights on how to appreciate our life more from more Zen perspective. But the key ingredients is the same. So as long as we find one or two or maybe 10 more things to appreciate, what we appreciate appreciates. So if you want money to grow, you appreciate money. If you want to have a beautiful relationship, appreciate your partner for being in your life. So whatever you just send out, you receive. So send out more love, send out more generosity, you get those in return.
That's so beautiful. It's the law of reciprocity, but really about leading with gratitude and with care. When you appreciate what you have in front of you, more can grow. Ken, you have a course, the Money EQ course. It is on Mindvalley. And in this course, you teach people how to go back to early childhood or to moments where they had a dynamic with money that didn't necessarily serve them. And you teach them how to walk out of that space into a new space. Can you walk individuals that are tuning in today through one of those exercises so they can really feel what it's like to really be intentional about shifting from the inside out some of their vibrations around how they engage with money?
Thank you, Alicia. You asked a great question. So I'm so happy to walk with you. One of the reasons why we feel stuck or like we feel funny or shy or guilty around money is that we had some traumatic experiences. It's not like a huge trauma, but little thing we think, but it was a huge thing back then. When I was 7, I wanted to have a mountain bike so badly, but I was denied. My parents said, that's too expensive for you. And they didn't really mean it, but I was so hurt. I wasn't worth, I wasn't worth for the bike. And I got really hurt. And I realized that my parents didn't like me. Maybe I was picked up under the bridge somewhere, but that's what they used to tease me about. I'm sure some of you who were teased like that. So, and I'm sure when you're 7 or 8 or 9 years old, you were denied of your summer camps or soccer lessons, ballet lessons, or PlayStations or whatever that is. and then you got so discouraged. You stopped asking for a Christmas present. You stopped asking for whatever you really want in your life. And it didn't stop when you were 7. You stopped asking for higher education. You stopped asking for the ideal job. You stopped asking for the beautiful relationship. So we just got stuck in a job that we don't even like. So we do work to bring food on the table. So we stay away from relationship and friendship because they could potentially hurt us, or it's going to cost something. So that whatever happened in your childhood, just go back to the time. Say, pick up one time that you got denied for something you really, really badly wanted, and then you didn't get it. Think of the situation and understand what's happening in front of you. And this 7-year-old boy or girl is badly hurt, and just explain it to him or her. It's not just your parents your parent didn't love you. They just didn't have money, or just they thought it's too early for you. That's why you didn't get it. It's not that you're not lovable. That's why you didn't get it, right? So you just hug him or hug her, and just hold her in your arms, and then make sure that you're lovable. Money didn't stop you. You didn't get it. It's because of money. So you can associate money from getting what you want, and then come back to the present time, and then just feel how it feels. So if you do it enough times, then you understand as an adult, young parents. Maybe you're older than your young parents at the time. You understand why they couldn't buy you something you wanted, and then they waited to buy. So at least you realize that you didn't get it because you're a bad boy or bad girl. And so as an adult, I want you to kind of feel more stress-free, and then follow your dreams, whatever that is. And it may cost money, it may not. But just don't let money interfere with following your dreams.
Those are some amazing points in there. And I wholeheartedly agree with a lot of things, because as children, when we ask and it's not given, which is what we're taught in the manifesting world, we close ourselves down. It creates trauma relationships in that, and we don't ask for the things that we want, need, or desire for the future. So then we don't know how to ask for or be in a place of what makes me happy to create the money and the income that is needed there. Oftentimes, I've seen that those types of relationships break down a person's energy, and they break down a person's energy field moving forward. Outside of looking at the situation when you were in the childhood, what are some other things that can be shared to help recover the energy body? And I'm asking this because money is an energy, but it's outside of us. And oftentimes it relates and moves about in the world based on how we think and feel about ourselves. So what are some mind shift practices that can happen to really have that money create in the future to release the trauma that we may have experienced as a child?
So for us, money is some energy that is so far away for us to reach. But just think of money as an angel just flying everywhere. And if you just start seeing angels visiting in an old person's house and just bring food, or just money angel is flying around and then visit that places that they are so badly needed. So like this little kitten, like this angel is flying around, and then maybe if I just say please come, so the money angel is flying, and then just it comes to you. It's as easy as that. And when the money angels land in, you can say welcome, thank you for coming to my place, thank you for the visit. And then you can easily let go But in fact, what we do is when money comes in, our attitude is like, oh, once you're coming, no, you never, you cannot go away. You have to stay in my house. You cannot move anywhere. So once we do that, it's almost like we keep money as a hostage in our house. So if we can feel that money angels is very cute and fun and very happy being around us, then we can feel very comfortable with money energy, and we can always call upon, please, money angels, come whenever I need it, and then money angel will just fly in as you need it, and then it'll just fly out when it's a time for them to leave. And then you don't feel attachment to them because they will come back anytime you want.
I'm stuck.
I love that. I've never heard, I don't know about you, Donna, I've never heard of money angels kind of talked in that way and really connecting with them in that way. Heard of spirit guides, but not money angels. But what you've been sharing with us today is that engage and connect with who we are, what we'd like, and say thank you, and constantly be aware of our energy and how we are contributing to the environment around us. Ken, your books have reached millions of individuals. Your programs have touched hearts all around the world. What are some reflections that you've heard from your students that you would like to share with us today that can teach us some of the principles that you've taught them, but maybe through stories of how they've been able to apply those principles into their own lives and some of the breakthroughs that they've had?
Thank you. So there are 3 ways to associate with money. 1, you become a slave to money. The second one, you become the controller of the money. The third, you become the best friend with money. So oftentimes we are born and brought up in a household where we have scarcity mindset. So we become a slave to money. We do anything to bring food on the table. It's not a healthy attitude. And also the second one, if you just make enough money and if you become wealthy, you can control the environment, you can control people. That's not also healthy either. So the third one, that you can become a friend with money, which I recommend. And a lot of my students start having a new relationship with money. So now they become the best friend. So when they try to do something, money is always on your side. And then, okay, I'll get the tickets to Japan. I'll get the tickets to Europe. I'll get the restaurant table. And then everything will be taken care of. So if you have a friend like that, you can do so many other things. If you want to learn something, money will be right there to support you. So if money becomes your friend, you can do so many great things. So people think, I don't have enough money. I'm not a billionaire, and then my parents are not Rockefeller families or Bill Gates or whoever that is. But I have witnessed so many students achieve their dreams without any money. One of my students, he's in college. He said, Ken, I don't have any money, but I want to go around the world and then see the world. And I have no money. What can I do? And he said, why don't you ask or grab 10 people around you who pledge you to just keep sending $200 every month for the next few months. And then he started talking about his dream of going around the world. And he said, he's going to just send you the photos, and then I will forever appreciate you for the rest of my life. So a few months later, he came back to me, and then he got 20 people supporting him. So he had no money, but he has a passion, and he has his heart, and he has a dream. A lot of people want to help other people, even though they're perfect strangers. We want to help people achieve their dreams. If they're passionate about the dreams, we feel like, okay, here, take this $100 or $200. And some people just pay $1,000, even though they're not super wealthy, they want to help people. I believe in good will in the people. So Just ask people. Just be willing to be vulnerable to ask. And then you'll be surprised how many people will help you. So even though you may not have money, there's a lot of money in the world. So don't think about only your bank account. Some people can finance your dreams.
I love that. And Ken, what I absolutely love about you is that you keep it so incredibly simple. And I think
Mhm.
people out in the world overcomplicate money and the energy of money, but yet it really is simple. Now, you're also the author of Zen Millionaire. So
Mhm.
I'm curious, what personal transformation did you experience that helped you leap with your financial knowledge to really becoming a Zen millionaire?
So I was born into a very unique family. My father was a tax accountant. He was very successful. So he started teaching me about money since I was 5 or 6. So by the age 15, I knew pretty much everything about money. I started investing when I was 19, and then I became financially independent when I was 29. So I have a unique history with money. So early on, all my mentors focused to they taught me to focus on what I really love. I love teaching, I love consulting, I love speaking. So I started doing those when I was in my 20s. So if you just follow your dreams and do what you're good at, and then if you become excellent at what you do, I loved writing, I loved speaking, I loved consulting, and that really became my passion. So I didn't even care if I get paid or not. So I went everywhere and started sharing about my word of mouth techniques, and I help companies grow exponentially with my skills and techniques with word of mouth marketing. And I applied that marketing to my book marketing. That's why I sold almost 9 million copies worldwide by word of mouth. So people want to talk about you if you're interesting. If you have many interesting stories, they love you, and they feel they're close to you. So come up with good stories. You pull out fun stories out of your life and share it. It could be with the social media, could be YouTube, could be so many different things. But if you share your heart, if you share your life, people will respond to you. So that's how I made my first millions. And then after that, I've been helping people achieve financial independence, and I've been traveling around the world teaching about happy money. So I'm so excited to be able to do this with both of you or all of you here.
Beautiful, beautifully said there. It's really all about doing what you're good at and sharing from that place in your heart. Absolutely. Alicia?
Yeah, Ken, I'm really curious here. We live in a really fast-paced world. It's a consumer-driven world. How can people practice contentment and focus on the joy rather than acquiring while still trying to manifest and put out there to the world what they're really trying to bring into their life, but really
Mhm.
find that balance that's rooted in a sense of self, but also opening to the things that they'd like to enjoy in life? So curious.
Beautiful question. You both of you ask such great questions, so thank you for that. So I think we are born with a container called money container. Everyone is born with a certain size money container. And when I talk about it, Western people, North American, American people and European people, they ask me questions like, "Hey, Ken, please teach me how to grow my money container." And even though we talk about the same money container in Japan, oftentimes people ask me, "Ken, how can I be content with the money container I have?" So it's a totally different mindset. One is to try to grow, grow, grow. The more is better. The other, how can I satisfy? How can I look inside? And then satisfaction in whatever we have. So we need two components in our life. As I said, go after what you want, And also at the end of the day, can you feel content with what you did? Can you content with all the meetings you had? Did you make somebody smile? Did you help somebody? And if you feel like you were helping somebody, and then you can find satisfaction in you. So how much money you receive, don't count the numbers. Just feel the appreciation that you could be of any service to them. So, and at the same time, if you're just content and nothing, your life will kind of go down too. So once again, you have to have this positive energy of going after what you want. And at the same time, you need to remind yourself that you have more than enough. So this feeling that you have more than enough is really the abundant mentality. And if you don't have that, $1 million in bank account or $1 billion in your bank account doesn't satisfy you. So you have to be very careful to go after what you want. And at the end of every day, feel 100% content with where you are.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're here live with Ken Honda, a living legend who's giving us all a true masterclass on happy money and the psychology behind money and how it plays in our lives. And it's a subject matter that we, as a global community, don't spend enough time thinking about. And so we're grateful for teachers like Ken Honda that are teaching us very important principles. And Ken, you know, I've heard a lot of different definitions of the word wealth over the years. Many people have different ways of looking at this word of wealth, what it means to be wealthy. I'm really curious, what does Ken Honda believe true wealth is? Please.
Thank you. That's a beautiful question. So for me, true wealth is the ability or the freedom to do what you want and where you want, with who you want, whenever you want. It doesn't have anything to do with money. So if you can know what you want and who you want to do with and where and when, you are truly wealthy person. So you need to just know who you are. Otherwise, you cannot find true wealth for you. It's probably very different from, depending on the individual. So don't be influenced by marketing plans outside of us. Just know what you want. And then you can find your true wealth in your own definition.
Incredible. And as we wrap up here, we have about 10 or 15 more minutes left with the legendary Ken Honda. Ken, self-worth.
Yes.
What is the relationship between self-worth and money, between self-worth and achieving financial peace? And how can people begin to value themselves more, please?
So we often think that because of our low self-esteem, we cannot get money. So, and it's true. We have something called money blueprint. According to our personal money blueprint, we decide how much money we make, how much money we spend, and how much money we keep. So some people are very good at making money, but they're bad at keeping money. You know, they're just spending too much, or they're in debt, or they just mess up with their investment. So how much ever you make, how much money you have is directly related with your self-worth. So work on your self-esteem. So if your self-esteem goes up, you feel you are worthy of receiving abundance. For example, most of us have this funny feeling around money. We feel ashamed of money. We feel guilty of money. Financially challenged people, or those people who had a tough childhood, they tend to feel they're embarrassed or just shame around money. We didn't have enough money. I'm so shameful because I don't have a good clothes or good cars or good job. And wealthy people, on the other hand, they feel also negative feelings as well. Oftentimes they feel guilty because it's not the money they made. It's their parents' money. It's their grandparents' money. It's trust funds money. So they feel like they are not worthy of the money they have. So either way, your self-worth is low. So in order to enjoy your wealth, you need to receive what you're worth. So you can love more. So that's why loving yourself and just doing what you love really matters. Because if you hate your job and then if your self-worth is low, you receive money, you make money out of sacrifice. So you exchange your life force energy with money. So even though the money comes in, you want to get rid of it because you don't like the sacrifice energy in your life. But if you just make money out of love, then you want to keep the love around you. So if you think money is bad, you don't want to keep bad energy in your house. So if you think money is stinky, you don't want to keep it in your house. You want to just put it in a garbage box and then bags, and then you want to take it out. That's why people who make stinky money, unhappy money, they want to take it out next morning. That's why they spend the money they make. So keep nice aroma money, beautiful money. Invite happy money in your house. That's how you want to keep the money in house. So don't make stinky money and keep it in your house. So you know what I'm talking about. So you can tell when you touch your heart, is this happy money or not? If it's not happy money, you should change the way you work.
How do you really know and understand if you're ashamed or embarrassed about money? Because oftentimes people start there, but then there's also a deep-seated fear around the money. How do you really know and uncover your true emotional belief system with money?
Right. So sometimes we feel numb about money. But when we when we feel we want to raise, a lot of times I get a lot of questions about how to raise your fee because all the prices are going up. So you need to know, you know that you need to raise your fee or the price of the work or your salary. But if you're hesitant because you feel so unworthy, what if I ask for a raise and then you get turned down? You may get fired. Or what if your clients don't like the idea of your raising fee? So if you just have a hard time asking for a raise or just raising your fee, just come up with these fun ideas that become more creative and become more resourceful so you can serve your clients and you can serve your boss or the companies you're working for, so they will not deny your raise. In fact, make your boss say, I would hate it if I don't give you a raise. I have to give you a raise. So you have to give more in order to receive. So when you feel funny feeling, guilt, shame around asking for a raise, then you have a blockage. So you also feel blockage when you pay bills. You don't want to pay the bills. You want to keep the money because you have this money anxiety. So if you have money anxiety, also that creates a blockage. So you can let go and heal your money blockage whenever you find it. So as long as you keep healing your money wounds, and then you have a happier, healthier flow. So pay attention to your emotions around money because it's very tricky. If you try to avoid the money, and then you avoid the opportunity to receive money and give money.
Wow.
That's
Expertly said
profound.
there.
Right. That's profound on so many levels, and can appreciate you sharing all of this wisdom with our community. We have so many entrepreneurs and business owners that are a part of our community. How can they apply some of these principles that you teach in money and EQ and happy money in the way that they even set up and structure their
Yes.
business and operations, and how they do their
Mhm.
collaborations and work with maybe their vendors and their partners to really pour and contribute more into the happy money mindset for themselves, but also for their partners?
I come from marketing background and also accounting consulting background. So even when I talk about money EQ and thank you money, people think I'm a very spiritual person. I am, but at the same time, I'm very practical. I have helped thousands of clients achieve financial independence and with my marketing skills. So when I was doing accounting and consulting almost 30 years ago, I divided my clients into two groups. One, I didn't do any special thing, just a regular consulting accounting job. The second group of clients, I brought in some gifts, some Japanese tea or chocolate or something small, like a book, like $5, $10, $20. And look what happened. 6 months later, from the group one, I got some referrals, which is great. But the second group, so many people appreciated me for just doing business. And then, in fact, one of my clients said, why don't you bring a box of my name cards? So I'll just pass it on to my friends. So when you show your appreciation to clients and customers, they'll respond. So I'm known as a Zen millionaire, but I'm often called Kenta Claus because I give so many things. I have special pens to give whoever meets me in person. So, I'm fairly well known. So when I take a walk, people just spot me. So whoever spot me and say hello, I give my pen. And also, I always find opportunities to share what I know freely. And also I give gifts. I give out my books. Last year, around Christmas time, I gave away 10,000, actually 8,888 books, my books to people, whoever wants one. And I cover the postage as well. It's because my happy money. So I often do that because happy money is always bringing more happy money. So that's my principles, and happy money marketing works. I've been experiencing that for the past 20-some years, and I have helped thousands of clients achieve their financial wealth that way.
Incredible. And what a wonderful gem for the entrepreneurs to learn. Do not be stingy when you're interacting with people. Be generous, be friendly, be giving, be respectful. And that word respectful is something that should be integrated more in our culture, especially here in the United States amongst entrepreneurs. One of the reasons Japan is my favorite country in the world to travel and to talk with and to visit with the Japanese people is because they have so much respect in the culture. And it's one of the beautiful things about the Japanese people, and many of them are watching us right now. Yes. And I want to thank you, Ken, for being a part of this international broadcast. And I want to give a lovely shout out and a thank you to all of the Japanese people watching from around the world. And we hope to use the Los Angeles Tribune platform to spread that principle of respect that I believe the Japanese people understand better than anyone else on the earth, especially amongst business leaders. And so I just wanted to give a big shout out to the beautiful people of Japan. And Ken, I use this pen when I write notes. Whenever I hear you speak, this is my favorite pen.
Oh, okay.
And if it looks familiar, it's because this is the pen that you purchased for our good mutual friend Doria Cordova, who then regifted it to me. So just wanted to bring the pen out and give a shout out to that. And as we wrap up here, I want to also make the announcement for the first time that Ken Honda is going to be featured in a brand new motion picture, an international film called Pillars of Power, alongside Dr. Joe Vitale and John Asraf and many of the original cast members of the blockbuster hit film The Secret, which of course was still today is considered one of the biggest documentary films of all time in self-help. And many of those cast members are in our new film, along with other brand new leaders. And Ken, I wanted to just make an announcement right now for all of the folks and welcome you to the LA Tribune Film Division as a cast member of this incredible project. And we'll have more information about this coming soon. And so just as we wrap up here in the last couple of minutes, I want to give the floor to you, Ken, for you to share any final thoughts that you might have in your heart for our community. Of course, as you know, this is an international community. Many people that are watching are fans of yours, supporters of yours, read your books. We even have a few students of yours that are in our community. So we'd love to give you the floor for you to share some final principles that our community can write, that take notes on. I'm going to go back and use my favorite pen to take notes. Ken Honda, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Moy and Donna and Alicia. Thank you so much for the opportunity, the Los Angeles Tribune people. I so appreciate each one of you who's involved with this show. I think the key to happiness is appreciate what you have. And also, another fun key to attract abundance is appreciate in advance. So we can all appreciate future books that you're writing on, your future stores, your future project. So whatever you appreciate will come. So let us pre-celebrate whatever the worth, whatever the thing you want to attract. Is that a money or partner or your new opportunities? We appreciate, thank you in advance, and then it'll show up. So thank you so much in advance for all the support you give us to Los Angeles Tribunes and also this great project. And also, I'm just sending you lots of happy money energy to you. So you receive so much abundance with money, your peace of mind, and also generosity and love to your life.
Arigato. Thank you so much.
Arigato. 日本の皆様、ありがとう。
So beautiful, so beautiful there. Thank you so much for being with us here, Ken, with us today.
ありがとう。ありがとう。
Arigato.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
I got it. All right, team, it's really amazing because so Ken Honda emailed me right before the piece, and I'm going to be in Japan. He's like, you know what? Change my schedule, whatever we need to do, we're going to meet. So he's just a true soul. He's somebody that I can't, and I'm going to meet him in Tokyo. I'm just going to be there in a week and a half, and I can't wait to spend that time and really just be with him. And we're going to do so much together over the next year. And part of that too is being a team and a family together as we make a difference. And I think, the greatest thing is you've learned a lot today. So in a little bit, not yet, we're going to have an amazing panel, that's really going to just talk about these things and also talk about media and where it's going right now. And there was a huge investment in AI. All of you, I'm sure, saw that from a lot of the, as we say, AI tech companies. So things are changing every single day, and it's what you do with that and how you move that forward and making a difference every single day. But it's having the tenacity to keep moving forward as an entrepreneur, which I think is that really big piece, which we have to learn all the time. So we're going to, in a couple minutes, have an amazing panel. So share this with everybody you know. Team, I want you to do that right now. And if somebody could post, like even just the Facebook page for the Los Angeles Tribune, I want you all to share this. I want you all to take this to other people. And that's what makes the difference. I want you all right now to share with 10 people and team that I know that's on. We have a great podcasting team and trainer team. Right now, I'm going to go in there and tag me, but share it with 10 people because we have this amazing panel. Then we have Karen Hall, who she's just, the piece she's going to do is, I'm going to literally turn the show over to her. Then Joseph and I are going to come back. I'm going to have Jeff's going to do his piece now. So I'll bring up Daniel and Jeff quickly with me. And then Joseph and I are just going to chat with you. And we're really going to take a look at the day and what it was like. And you can ask some questions. So make sure that you're interactive at that point and make sure that you've shared this. Shared it with everybody out there. The other thing too is we heard that we can join Joseph and Malcolm for a year. So I did. Right? A lot of the teams already joined us. So if somebody just wants to put the link one more time, actually, you know what? I know. Yep, I'm getting the question. So the QR code's going to pop up one more time. Take a picture with your phone and just go ahead and join us. Join for the year. You can do monthly, but join for the year. It's a year program anyways, and you're with Malcolm and Joseph every month on a training. And you get to ask questions because it's live. And then you get to be with part of the team, all of us in the Facebook page for Make It Matter. But we're doing this together and we're walking steps together. Why did I join? Somebody asked me that because I was actually not the first to sign up. Somebody beat me. Somebody on our team, Alana, so give her a thunderous round of applause. She did it so fast I couldn't believe it. I have so much to learn. I'm not there yet. I've done this for 25 years, and I still have so much to learn. And somebody said you've been on stages. You've been on stages of 10,000 people. You've done 5,000 of these events. You trained for Peak Potentials you were with them for 8 years, and your business partner was Tony Robbins vice president for 18. And you're always learning, and you never stop learning. I think there's a point where we have that tendency. Even if I'm in legacy, I'm still learning. My wife and I were told buy every course. We're buying courses, always learning, always moving forward. And I want you to never stop doing that. Never stop. You're always in training for whatever that next piece is as you're becoming greater at what you do. And greater at what you do every day is also meeting the right people and being around the right people, and also just being in that community. So I've got a lot to learn. So it's just Jeffrey put it there, and it's just as simple. Jeffrey put it in the chat too, the private chat, and I'll bring it up to them. But it's just, how do we make a difference every day? Oh, I've got it. I've got so many windows open right now that I don't even know like which window is what. But you know what? That's truly the way to do it. It's sometimes you ever had look, they put me on a Mac, and this has been the most fun, right? They all laugh at me all the time. Because it's like, okay, it is still a computer, Michael, and I get that part. But it's really about, how do I make a difference every day? How do I join teams? So I'm always part of teams. That's why my wife and I have had the life we've had. So there you go. Just join them. I'm going to be part of it. You're going to see me on every time. I might introduce them just, because that's fun, but then I'm going to be part of the learning. I'm going to ask questions. You don't ask questions, I'm going to ask questions, because there's so much more to learn. And I think that makes a difference every single day. So without any further ado, we have a great, wonderful group about to come up. I'll introduce one, and then she'll bring up the rest. But we have sort of our co-partner and our lead trainer, and she's producer, and she does so much. We have one of the students of mine who's been a student, I think, over 10 years, literally taken every course on the planet and keeps learning. And then a gentleman all the way from Tasmania. I don't know. He just has fun, and he just is down there, and he's always joining us. And he's been running the back end a lot of this show with Daniel. So without any further ado, I'm going to bring up to the stage Miss, and she's got a great new show she's going to tell you about that I actually asked to be on. Yep. She didn't have me just on it. I had to ask to be on it, but I'm on it now. Before I do that, make sure everybody shares. Share. All right, team, without any further ado, let's give it up for Miss Karen Hall. There we go. Hey, Karen, how you doing?
Hey, Michael, you're making me laugh already. See how perfect you are for the unstoppable.
See, I know. She puts up this person and that person and another person. I'm like, and I have to ask, but that's okay. That's just how it works. When they become so big on the planet that, it's all good. All right. Karen is.
We can hardly get a chance to talk to each other. I didn't know you had time for a comedy show.
Yeah. See, and the thing is, too, we both have grandkids, right? So you should have seen when Karen was inundated in Christmas time, and then they all got sick. It literally was, I think, 75 grandkids got sick at once, and she became the grandma of the whole thing. So she's got stories to tell, I'll tell you that much. All right, I'm going to turn the show over to Miss Karen Hall.
Thank you, Michael. Yes, Michael has a great sense of humor, and so do our next guest. So I am going to bring up Misty Kerrigan, and I am so excited to have Misty join us. Misty, thank you so much. She is a business psychologist, and Missy is another person that has this amazing sense of humor. So,
Thank you.
the other thing that's so impressive about Misty is that she is constantly teaching. She speaks all the time. Every week she is speaking. She's traveling somewhere, speaking to some group. And so I was so excited to be able to have her make time for us. Thank you so much, Misty, because I know you're a very busy woman, to make time for us and for all of the speakers that are listening out there to be able to hear your expertise. So thank you so much.
I'm so very honored to be here. I'm in lovely San Diego, getting to speak today to their county managers. We're doing coaching and expansion, and so I thought it was just a great time to be able to, I say Zoom in, but I guess we're on StreamYard, but StreamYard in, hear some of the great nuggets for today. I'm a huge fan of everyone that has spoken, and just really taken back by this amazing group that they're offering.
Yes, I know. It is fantastic. I'm also going to bring up our next guest, Jeffrey Ross. And Jeff is the caffeinated kangaroo. Jeff is another one who has an amazing sense of humor. I need to have both of you on the Unstoppable AF as well. They are both fantastic speakers. Jeff has such a big heart, and he has a podcast, and also the laptop lifestyle dad. He's always got lots of dad jokes that he can tell, and he captivates the audience as well. So thank you, Jeff, for joining us.
My absolute pleasure. And caffeinated kangaroo style, let's bounce into this and let's do it.
That's right. Let's bounce in. You know, as I was listening to Joseph McClendon, I've heard him give that analogy about the magnets, and I've thought so much about when you are giving out this energy, how it attracts. And you two, I feel like, are such a blessing to find you at the Los Angeles Tribune. I might not have found you otherwise, or it might have taken me longer to find you. And so I'm so grateful for the beautiful energy and the abundant energy that you give out, that you want to share, that you want to lift other people. And to me, that's one of the biggest blessings of being aligned with the Los Angeles Tribune, is people like you, because you bless my life, you elevate me, you teach me so much. I learn so much from both of you. And so I'm excited to elevate you today and to have you have a chance to teach all of the listeners who are out there, and me too, today.
No, thank you. It's really honored to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, Misty, being an educator and teaching courses on how to be a better speaker, I wanted to give you the opportunity to teach some of the principles that you share with other people. What are some of the things that, as a new speaker, if I'm coming to you and I'm like, Misty, how do I do it? What do I say when I get on the stage? How do I know how to start? What would you recommend?
I love that. I recommend first in your passion. I know a lot of us sometimes had to give work presentations or presentations in school, and it felt I didn't like it, or I hate when people are staring at me. You know, one of the biggest fears is public speaking. But it seems to me when you're talking about something you're passionate about or something you love, it just flows. And sometimes people have to remind you to shut up. So what I love doing is finding out, what are you most passionate about, and let's start there. I don't care if it's knitting or I know most kids Pokemon, whatever that passion is. If we can get you talking about it and teaching it, then we could take some of those same skills that you have and then move it over to other topics that are going to get you paid.
Ooh, that is so good. Finding that passion within us and what we like to talk about. You know, I experienced that where I was scared to talk in front of people. Please don't call on me. Please don't do that. And so, Missy, I wish I would have known you when I was a girl, because you could have helped me so much to overcome those fears. And Jeff, what would you say to a new speaker?
Yeah, I totally relate with what Misty's saying. And first off, I want to go back to what Malcolm said right at the beginning, to accept that we're all weird. You know, I think that is brilliant, right? We're all weirdos, and I love that because I claim that myself. And I have this topic all day long, every day long too. And it really, I find when you find that heart-centered, purpose-driven mission that just helps you to get out of your own way, to show up and shine every day, then that's where you find you truly love what you do. You'll never work a day in your life. And
Yes.
I love showing up and just serving in this space. Like I'm literally running on 3 hours sleep right now, but I'm here and I'm serving because this is my heart-centered, purpose-driven mission to help people to be empowered, to be equipped, to live their best version of their life.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you so much for your purpose-driven motivation and heart-centered service and for being here after only 3 hours of sleep, because I know you were serving me in the middle of the night too. So thank you. Misty, going back to that, I wanted to know, what would you say is your heart-centered, purpose-driven mission?
So for the last 24 years, I've been working with and setting up programs for at-risk youth, especially through some nonprofits. And I moved over into the business sector. And what I realized was at-risk youth and foster youth never left my heart, because my main purpose in the business sector is to help businesses increase their profits and get back home. So I love working with small businesses because as a small business owner, I'm sure you guys know, it's like we start our business to spend more time with family and provide a greater lifestyle, but it becomes like another kid and we find ourselves more in the business than at home. So if we could utilize psychology and the things that we know work for the Fortune 500 companies, institute them in our companies, then we're going to be home more in better moods, and we're going to have a decrease in foster youth, and we're going to have a decrease in at-risk youth, because they're going to have that center of their lives, which is family.
Ooh. Oh, that is so good, Misty, because so many times, even when we are at home, we're thinking about work and we're not present even when we are at home. And so to be able to, leave that there and be really focused to have that strong family is so important. How did you develop this passion within you?
I started teaching, Tony Robbins. I was raised to believe that you could achieve anything you set your mind to. I'm adopted, and my grandparents adopted my grandfather. I always joked would have moved to Texas if he knew I wanted to be an astronaut. Like whatever my dream was, he was there to support it. I went in 4th grade until college, and I realized there was blood and throw up, and a whole other story. But what happened was I was working at a couple nonprofits. I was working with kids, wasn't making a lot of money, and I thought, well, maybe dreams don't come true. Maybe he was wrong and he just was biased because he loved me. And I found these infomercials. I don't know if you remember the famous infomercials, but it was Tony Robbins, and he was selling a set of CDs for $300, and I couldn't even afford it. I had to call home. I was 25 at the time, and I said it was September, and I asked for an early Christmas present, and I got it, and I just started listening to those CDs and applying it in my life and taking it back and applying it with the kids, and we just saw changes, because once we kind of put that pillar in of hope, and once we had hope, subconscious, God, creator, like whatever you want to fill in the blank with, that just took over. And so I became obsessed with, if it works individually, how do we do this in groups? And so I think Jeff nailed it, is that once we're passionate about something, I believe that passion is a divine gift. And our gift is for others, not ourselves. So if we could find what that gift is that you're bringing to the world, not only can you bring it to the world, but we can monetize it. Because what if you had more money? What would you do with it? Who would you impact? Not only where would you travel, but what cause would you help? Would it be hunger, foster youth, the elderly, right? Like, so it's really connecting all those passions. And I want to end with, if you're passionate at your job and you come home passionate, that's contagious. That's what kids are going to pick up on. So it's, imagine every day having you're not going to have a perfect day every day, but imagine having an amazing day at work every day and then taking that home to your kids.
Oh, Misty, that is so beautiful. I did not know that about your grandpa. I mean, this is so amazing. Here, I've known Misty for so long, but I am learning new things even today. And doesn't that make your heart just connect with her when she shared that story? Storytelling is so important. And we're going to talk some more about storytelling with you, Misty, next. But thank you for sharing that. And thank you for sharing about your passions and about how our passion is contagious. So that was beautiful. And Jeff, I am going to put you in the spotlight. And if you could tell me what you are passionate about, what is your passion-driven purpose?
Yeah, love to. Thank you very much for the opportunity. And first off, Misty, I loved your whole Sucksville to Awesome Town story. You know, how we take people from before state to the after state, right? That's the art of storytelling right there. And I just love that. You know, I learned that from Ryan Dice back in digitalmarketer.com about 5-6 years ago, and just being a student and helping others to do the same thing. You know, so like, why am I so passionate about what I do? Well, let's start with a bit of a story and go back to my Sucksville point. 10 years ago, I tried to kill myself. And I was in a state of desperation. And I really convinced myself that the world would be better off without me. You know, I was hurting people, right? I was so angry. I was pushing everybody away from me. I'm not proud of the fact, but I was verbally abusive to my wife, and still baffled to this day why she stood by me. She must have saw something in me. I know she did, because God saw that. And at this time, I was an atheist. I didn't have any faith. And so growing up in that environment, it just hopeless, feeling unloved, unseen, unheard, unknown. And now coming into the last space of 10 years, sorry, just starting to get a bit emotional, realizing that the power of love and hope is everything.
Yes.
And, you know, we can buy all the toys, we can buy all the horses, we can buy all the cars, the flash boats, and, you know, all the things, right? But they're all superficial. They have no meaning to them. You know, we don't remember the things that we buy 5 years ago, but the things that we last with and stay with us forever, they're memories. And memories happen through shared, connected experiences, which allow us to then go share stories with each other, to allow us to then be able to connect, relate, and resonate with each other. And that helps us to feel seen, to feel heard, to feel known, and ultimately feel loved. So that's the journey what I've been on for the last 10 years, is learning how to love myself, learning how to love God, and learning how to love others in that process, and just becoming an ambassador for light, joy, and hope and love. And I just use, you know, the internet marketing arena to be able to help people. You know, that's my vehicle, you know, and this is so much of a calling on our lives that I felt called Easter last year to go start an online church. Now, I needed to do that like a hole in the head. I had too much on my plate already, and I didn't want to become a pastor. But last 12 months, that's where I am, you know, and so we've started an online church, and that's really because I'm passionate just about helping people to learn how to love themselves.
Right. I love your passions, Jeff, and I you know, I'm so touched by both of you, and both of you are so motivated by your love for others, and because of your Sucksville times, you want to help other people get to Awesome Town.
Yes.
Both of you are just so heart-centered that way, and getting emotional. You touch my heart when I hear your love for others. It just makes me love you even more. And I know all of you out in the audience probably just want to give them both a big hug. I mean, don't you just want to hear more as they like whet your appetite? Don't you just want to say, give Misty a whole hour and let us hear more about her life? And Jeff, we want to hear more. How did you overcome? I applaud you both. And I just want all of you out there to know that these are the kind of people that are involved with the Los Angeles Tribune. These are the kind of people that you can learn from, that you can learn to be a better speaker from, that you rub shoulders with. I learned to be a better speaker just hearing them speak. I take notes. I learned so many things about them that makes me love them even more. I remember when I got to meet Misty in October. Was it October that I met you, Misty? I think it was. Yeah, it was in October. I had connected with her online, but in October we were both in LA at the same time. And we met each other before that in June. But in October, I got to have more time with her one-on-one, and it was so special. When she hugged me, I just melted, and I told her, "Oh, that wasn't long enough." And when you feel somebody that loves you so much, it makes you want to be a better person. And Jeff does the same thing for me. I haven't been to Australia yet. We haven't met in LA yet, but I'm waiting for that day.
So am I.
So that's the beautiful thing about when they tell their stories, when all of you have an opportunity to tell your stories on stage, you connect with your listeners, and they They love you and they want to know more. So Misty, I'm going to go back to you, and I want you to tell us more about some stories about things that have lit you up.
Well, first, Jeff, I think that when you share Sucksville and then you get to share Awesomeville, people want to leave Sucksville, because sometimes all we see on the internet or social media is maybe Awesomeville, and you feel, I can't get there, I'm not worthy, or that's not going to happen to me. But when someone turns around and puts their hand back out and gives you that hug or moves you forward, I think that's what speaking is all about. I think we have enough sales speaking in the world. I think we have enough transactional speakers in the world. So I'm so excited for the Los Angeles Tribune, because what the Los Angeles Tribune is that relationship, that connection, that community, all of our events that happen through the team, looking at even the vision of Mo Rock, or the CEO, who is always like, what else can we do? Who else can we help in times of disasters like this last couple of weeks in California? And then in times when there's not something that's just going on, that we just take that step back and say, who can we help? Who can we help? What does that look like? And I'm very excited because in 2025, we're going to be looking at starting the Los Angeles Tribune Cares nonprofit. And so looking so forward into being able to utilize this amazing team that we keep growing and growing, and the connections we make, to really start to focus in on where can we take this amazing media empire and the hearts behind it and all the leaders, and start to just focus in on those in need the most, and how do we help?
Absolutely. See, both of you are so heart-centered, and you both love to serve. I just appreciate that so much about both of you. Well, Misty, tell us more about a story, about something that...
Well, I definitely want to add to that, because the one thing that I want to work with people on, whether you're a business owner or emerging leader in your field, is show up. Even when you don't want to, that networking event, or that award ceremony, or that group with Joseph McClendon III and Malcolm J. Warner, and helping you just come virtually weekly and make commitments. Just show up. That's how my greatest success is, just showing up. And so we were at our Christmas event for the Los Angeles Tribune, and we were honoring the CEO of Oak Grove with the Presidential Award. And she just grabbed the mic and she started talking about all the people we impacted. And the Los Angeles Tribune and the LA Mission the next day called and said, hope that you're ready, because we have a U-Haul of toys. And so the Sunday before Christmas, I'm up at 7 a.m. Ava drives across 2 states. Mo comes down, and we're at this gymnasium, and 1,000 toys are being brought in to kids. And the crazy part was, it wasn't dollar store, it wasn't crayons. I mean, we're talking skateboards, Disney, like just integrity toys that, just going to brighten so many more Christmases. And we were able to serve so many more families. But the connection comes from, Mo had a vision. We were talking one day, and he said, is it true that kids move in their garbage bags? That sometimes the county shows up and they have to move right away, and they don't have duffel bags or something. And I go, unfortunately, in my experience, I've seen that. And yeah, it's devastating. And so it's really moved him to think about, what would a dignity law look like from the highest, from the federal courts, a dignity law that no child would ever have to put their belongings in a garbage bag, something as simple as that. And so that just got us talking, and we're like, how much more can we do? How much more can we do? And over the next couple of years, that's one of the fights we're going to fight, is at the federal level. Let's have dignity for our foster youth.
Oh, yes, that is so beautiful. And I appreciate it so much that Mo Rock, is the kind of person that doesn't just talk the talk. He walks the walk, and he serves. And I love how much he serves. And you are the same way. And so thank you so much for starting that nonprofit and for helping those foster children. Because what does that say? There's a message when you have to carry your belongings, and it's traumatic enough to move, but then to have to carry them in a trash bag. So I've made kits for foster children before, so that they had the things that they needed. And I didn't know if it made a difference, but then we got messages back that it actually did. It did communicate that somebody cared. And to have someone care at Christmas, I've done those events with children in need at Christmas. They felt so loved and remembered. And so thank you for doing that, Misty.
Well, I want to connect back to Jeff too, because one of the ideas that me and Mo had was, what about individual letters in each of the bag saying, I see you, you matter.
Absolutely. Absolutely. One other thing that that I remember, I was listening to a woman who was interviewing some of the foster children, and they said, well, we heard all these stories about Santa, and that if you're a good boy or girl, he comes to visit you. I must not be a good boy because he hasn't come to my house. And that broke my heart to think they had internalized that message. You hear that message all the time. And that message always bothered me. But to think, well, if he didn't come, then it was because of me, that I wasn't good enough. And so when somebody brought gifts to them, it restored hope in themselves. And it gave them hope in humanity as well, that they felt seen for the first time. They felt loved and they felt of worth. So Misty, that's a beautiful thing that you're doing.
I could not do it without the Los Angeles Tribune.
Well, thank you for spearheading it. Oh, well, Jeff, tell us a story, because I know you have stories about serving as well.
What I'm loving about this whole conversation is the power of community. And we've got enough coaches, we've got enough speakers, we've got enough thought leaders in every area you can think of that are transactional and just trying to be about buy my stuff. Like it's what I call, direct pitching or link spamming, right? And I find what the world is starving for is connection. The world is starving for love, and trust is at an all-time low because of everybody being sold to, right? The world's a noisy place, and AI is a really powerful tool and has got something to do in that space to contribute to it. But, once again, I was had an interview with Manoj Agrawal, and he was saying that, AI is like a lot of people are like kindergarten kids behind Ferraris, right? It's a very powerful tool, but if it's not used the right way, you can hit 100 seconds an hour and don't know what to do and spear off and crash into the road.
You're right.
And where I'm leading to this is it's all about connection. And when we can use a platform like social media to influence people and win friends first, rather than trying to sell all the time, and we come in from that space of servant-hearted leadership, and we give freely of our time because we're in alignment with our heart-centered purpose, and we're living that purpose-driven life, as Rick Warren calls it. And we're operating out of our heart, not our head. And then we're doing that in a community it's all about doing it together to get out of Sucksville and go to Awesome Town and climb that mountain together. Then that's where the real magic, I believe, happens. And that's where people get empowered. That's where people get equipped. And that's where people take ownership and accountability and responsibility for their own actions. And that's what I love about what Joseph and Malcolm are teaching. And that's what, the LA Tribune is basically oozing every fiber of their being about that. You can see right from Mo down to Michael, down through the trickle, the champagne effect, the leadership spillover effect, that it's attractive. The DNA is at the core root of it all. And then we just need more communities that are based off of that space of love, light, and hope, rather than lack and scarcity and just to be about me, myself, and I, really.
Right.
And that's what we're doing in our online church community. That's what we do in the Laptop Lifestyle Dads community. And we're just seeing, people who have been spinning their wheels for 10, 15, 5 years, not getting any traction, starting to figure a few things out because now they're focusing on the core fundamentals. And as a marketer, teaching network marketers and affiliate marketers and how to get traction on social media as an influencer, I see it time and time and time again. People are always trying to be an ambassador for somebody else's product, and they don't know what they don't know what they don't know. So I want to make sure that there's grace in this conversation, but they get excited about it. And I used to do this too. And I would come up and I'd say, here's a really great thing, buy my stuff. It's like, almost like running up to a girl at the bar trying to kiss her without getting to know her first.
Right.
You're just going to get slapped or get a no at the very least. So how do we influence people and we win friends and we take them on that customer value journey to, you know, go from cold to sold, but do it in a way that it's not about the sales, it's about the service first and always. And then when you do it from this space, you no longer have to sell because the sale just naturally happens because you've got trust. People, like, they connect with you, they relate with you, they resonate with you, and that trust is built, and that's where loyalty comes from. And so we're seeing, you know, traction after traction, people, you know, being frustrated, actually getting into second and third gear now because they're focused on these core fundamentals and building their foundation at the very foundation level and building a business and a life on rock, not sand, right? Because they've nailed their message, they've nailed their niche, but more importantly, it all comes back down to they've got their mission, their vision, their core values, you know, the things they stand for, the things they stand against. You know, I truly believe that any brand or any business needs to have those foundations built first before we do anything.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And so important what you were saying about, you know, instead of being transactional, about having to be about the servant heart leadership and really caring about that person. And that's what's so beautiful about you. You know, when I hear both of you speak, honestly, I feel that from you, and I just love that about you. And I love you both. You both are the kind of people that I totally trust. And so that means so much to be able to know that you are trustworthy. And I want anybody that's listening to know that these are two of the most heart-centered, trustworthy individuals. And I'm so grateful for both of you. I'm so grateful for the way that you have blessed my life. And I'm so grateful to know you both. So in closing remarks, Misty, do you have anything else that you would like to share about trust?
There we go. You know what? And I think, Jeff, you said it, is like, you got to love yourself. You got to trust yourself, and then move to the business. And a lot of times when I start working with businesses where I want, like, let's go to strategy, 24 years of psychology and working with at-risk youth and within diagnoses, our business is a reflection of us. My business definitely has ADHD because I have ADHD. And so what I want to say, especially with everything going on today, is a coach, a mentor, someone who's been there, that's the first stop, because it's going to cut out so much time and money, and learn from others' mistakes, because us in these positions, we've made so many. And so part of the coaching you get is what not to do and what to do at a better level. And Jeff was nailing that. Like, he didn't wake up today and have the 5 steps. Like, he probably failed on 1,000 steps and found the 5. So my biggest thing for everyone, especially is when it comes to speaking or your business, is find some help, get a coach.
Yes, and to have somebody like you that's ahead on the trail, which you are ahead of me on the trail, and to learn from you has been invaluable. I appreciate you so much, Misty, for your willingness to be vulnerable, to share the mistakes that you have made, so I don't feel alone, first of all, when I'm making those mistakes. And then I know that you can mentor me through the process to come to the awesome town, you know, like Jeff said.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Thank you so much, Misty.
It's I always like to copy Michael, because Michael always says it. He says 3 coaches, 2 mentors, and 1 mastermind. 3 coaches, 2 mentors, and 1 mastermind has been the success for so many people that we see today that we're like, they're so great. It's they have that team behind them. 3 coaches, 2 mentors, and 1 mastermind. Shout out to Mr. Silvers.
Yes. Thank you, Michael Silvers. Thank you for your leadership. And thank you, Misty, as a business psychologist, for sharing with us so much of the psychology behind what we're trying to learn to do and how we are striving to be the best version of ourselves. And do you need to leave to get back to work? Okay.
We got to get back to training.
Okay.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye, Misty. All right. Well, Jeff, that was so great. And I loved all of your thoughts. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. And thank you for talking to us about how important trust is and how to build that trust. And thank you for being trustworthy as well. And did you have any last words of wisdom? I know you give us a lot. I don't know. Did you have any last takeaways that you would like to share?
Yeah, look, just to echo what Misty was saying there about getting a coach, but what a coach allows you to do is it helps you to fail forward fast. And, you know, like, learning is messy, right? Like, I don't think people realize, you know, when we learn to walk, we actually learn how to not to fall over. When
Right.
we learn to ride a bike, it's the same. Like when we learn how to ride a horse, like I grew up riding horses and breaking them in. And I remember an old bushman used to say to me, he says, Jeff, you don't know how to ride a horse until you've actually learned how to fall off 1,000 times. So I've taken that philosophy for life and just gone through and basically fail forward fast and just get through the learning curve and embracing the messy and the chaos of, that learning space.
Thank you. Thank you for pointing that out, because yes, we are learning how to get back up. We're learning through the process of falling. If we never kept walking and we thought we fell once and we're like, oh no, I'm never doing that again, where would we be? So thank you. Thank you for pointing that out. And thank you for embracing the messy and when it sucks. Thank you so much. Thank you for your great example. Thank you for your trustworthiness. I appreciate you, Jeff.
No, I really appreciate you. And thank you very much for blessing me the opportunity to come chat with you today. I love chatting with you, Karen.
I love it too. Well, thank you, Jeff. We will see you again later.
Sure thing.
All right. Wow. When I think about the messages that we have heard today, I was thinking about, as I listened to Malcolm Jamal Warner as well, about how, he's so authentic and you can just feel how much he cares. And to be able to connect with somebody like that and an event like this is really rare. You just, when somebody's a movie star and they're, doing things, you just think, how would I ever get to talk to them? And how would I ever get to hear their story? But we can interact with our guests even through the chat, through the comments. And so we have community. That is one of the most beautiful things. And I remember when Mo Rock was talking to us about the success of the Los Angeles Tribune, he said, you can go anywhere for news. You can Google, you can read it anywhere. But where can you go for community? And that is the unique thing that we offer at the Los Angeles Tribune. When you make your comments in these events, it's not a bot that responds to you. There's real people. I'm reading them. I'm responding. And other people are reading and responding. And we appreciate it. And the speakers appreciate it. They see your feedback. And sometimes it's a lonely world as a speaker, because you're up here on the stage or you're up here on a virtual event, and you don't always get to see people's expressions. That's one of my favorite things about speaking, is seeing people's faces light up. But I don't always get to see that on a virtual event. And so when someone sends a comment to me and lets me know how they felt, or if they resonated with something I said, I feel so good and I feel so happy. And so I'm so thankful for all of you who are making comments, who are sending in your comments, on Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube, Instagram, all the different platforms. Thank you so much for being a part of our community, because you add so much to us. You bring so much joy and happiness to us. So today, Michael asked me to speak, and I'm so grateful for Michael for the many opportunities that he has given to me, for Mo Rock for believing in giving a voice to the voiceless. One of the things that I love about Mo Rock is that, with his work with foster children, that just shows how he wants people to feel seen and heard and loved. And when I met him, the first time I met him, he wrapped his arms around me and gave me the biggest hug and said, I love you. And I was like, wow, how many times do you meet a CEO of a huge organization and they know you and they care about you and they want to hug you? It brings me to tears thinking about that meeting with him. And I have a picture of us on that day. And every time I look at it, I just feel so happy. And so these are the kind of people that are running this organization that we have so much to be grateful for. Mary Glorfield is the same way. She is someone that loves people. One of Mary's gifts is she has a superpower to see you before you see yourself. She saw Gary Vee when he was working in the wine industry, and she said, we have got to get him on stage. People love him. And I know she's been friends with Joseph McClendon for forever. They're best of friends. And working with Tony Robbins, she has this gift to see people's superpowers and to put them on stages so that they can shine and they can have the opportunity to share their passion within them. And I'm so grateful for Mary's leadership with the Women's Journal and for Michael Silvers and his mentorship as well. One of the things the reason why we have the Women's Journal is because Mo said, I want more women being able to be speakers. He said, if you look at all the stages, it's predominantly men. And there's wonderful male speakers. We've heard from several of them today. But Mo said, I want more women on stage. And so he is providing more stages for more women. And then he said, with the Women's Journal, I want them to be in the media more. I want their stories in print. I want them published. And so we started the Women's Journal so that more women could tell their stories and have their stories published. And then he said, and we have podcasts. There's another opportunity for them to have a stage, not only as the host of the podcast, but as a guest. And so we have the Los Angeles Tribune Podcast Network, which I'm also a part of. I have 3 podcasts. I'm starting a 4th. And as Michael said, one is Unstoppable AF and Funny. And the other one is The Hero Within, where we share inspiring true stories of unsung heroes who are navigating adversity to find hope and healing and to return to love. And the other one is called The Empathy Advantage, where we share stories about leaders and how they are developing emotional intelligence to build resilience. And so all of these podcasts, and there's so many different podcasts as part of the Los Angeles Tribune Podcast Network, have an audience and a message that is unique to the podcaster, even if it's a similar topic, because they have their own journey, just like Jeff said, from Sucksville to Awesome Town, and things and different vibrations that they attract different people. So it's amazing to have these opportunities so that people can share their story. So I encourage you to become involved with that. You know, when I started out, as I mentioned, if you heard me talking on the panel before, I was scared to speak. And I remember, you know, wondering about this fear and where this fear came from. And I honestly thought that I was the only one that had this fear. And I remember talking to my mom about it because I was absolutely terrified. And she said, well, you know, it's probably just because, you know, you were born 2.5 months premature and the world just seems like kind of like a little scary place to you. And that's really true. And I as I reflected back on that, I thought about how I was alone for that 2.5 months. My mother couldn't touch me. She couldn't hold me. She couldn't nurse me. And I'm sure the world did seem kind of scary at that point in time. But even though I didn't have anybody to hold me, and I thought how I was all alone for that time, I wondered, was I really all alone? Because I don't think I was. I think there were angels around me. And I think God held me in his hands because I've always had this affinity for him. I've always wanted to be close to him. My dad was an atheist. My mom was an agnostic. Everybody wonders, how in the world did you learn to pray? And how did you learn to be spiritual? And what gave you this drive to connect with God? I don't even know how I learned to pray, but I did. And I got answers to my prayers and I received comfort to where I didn't feel like I was alone. And by the grace of God, he helped me to find my voice, to overcome my fears. And with that passion within me to help share the things that I am passionate about, I feel like I have this burning desire to help other people to overcome their fears. And every time I up-level myself, I have to face my fears again. And I'm like, oh my goodness, I thought we already dealt with that trauma. But no, I have another layer that I need to work on. And sometimes those fears hold me back. And I remember thinking about that as I was growing up because I had so many fears and thinking that there was something wrong with me because I was so afraid. I would often call myself a scaredy cat. And I thought everybody else looks so confident. And then there's me. And then I learned about neuroscience, and I learned that that is the brain's way of keeping us safe, to pull back, to hide in the cave, and to not put ourselves out there, to not put our voice out there, because then maybe nobody would see us, maybe no one would criticize us. And what would happen if they did see us and they did criticize us? Well, maybe I would get isolated from the tribe. Maybe I would be rejected. And if you ever see a herd of antelope or something, and you watch, you know, like those National Geographic movies, when are those antelope at risk? They're at risk when they wander away from the tribe, right? That's when the lion recognizes I can pounce on them and I can attack them. And they're in danger when they're by themselves. And there's a saying that I like to use, and it is that connection is protection. And I have found that I am so much more protected. My mental health is protected. I am protected by having a community to be a part of. My confidence is greater when I have a connection, and I'm happier when I have connection. And so connection is very important. For me, connection is like air. And so when I realized that this was how I was biologically wired, I'm wired for connection. And when I feel disconnected and I feel afraid that I'm going to be alone or I'm going to be rejected, that is my biological wiring keeping me safe so that I don't have this issue of rejection and I'm not in danger. My brain's job is to keep me safe. It's to keep me alive. And sometimes the danger feels so threatening, I think it might threaten my very survival. So how did I overcome these paralyzing fears of being so afraid to step into the spotlight? Well, my mother said, ever since I've been a little girl, she said she would read me the bedtime story, The Little Engine That Could. And that was my first lesson in mindset. The little blue engine that could. Blue's my favorite color. I love blue. And this little tiny blue engine noticed that the train had broken down. There were all the dolls and toys and good things to eat. They couldn't get the goodies over to the children on the other side of the mountain. And the passenger engine was like, I'm too busy. I can't help you get the train over. And the freight train said, oh, I'm too powerful. I've got more important things to do. And every train was too busy and would not help, except the little blue engine, who said, I'll help. And I'm known as Little Miss Helpful. So of course I could totally relate to the little blue engine. And she didn't know how she was going to do it, but she thought, I'll try with all my might. I think I can. I think I can. I think I can. And she tugged and she pulled and she heaved and she hoed, and up the mountain she went, one step at a time, until she made it to the top of the mountain, delivered all the goodies. The boys and girls cheered. Everybody was happy. And the little engine that could, when she went down the other side of the mountain, said, I thought I could. I thought I could. I thought I could. And that was my first mantra as a child. Every time I was afraid, my mom would say, just think of the little blue engine that could. And I'd pedal my bike to school. I think I can. I think I can. Even to this day, when I get on stage, I think I can. I think I can. You can do this, Karen. And so it has served me well to have this little mantra in my mind. And it helps me to overcome the fears of holding back the passion that I feel of sharing my message. And if you feel those feelings, you're not alone. Did you know that people have a greater fear of public speaking than they do of death? In fact, I often said I'm scared to death to speak because the fear was that great. And that fear kept me from fulfilling my divine mission. And if it's causing you to hold back, we have tools to help you. We have tools to help you develop your passion, figure out what is your calling and how can you help others, and how can you overcome those limiting beliefs, those past traumas and fears that whisper to you, who wants to hear what you have to say? Nobody wants to hear that. But that is not true. I want to hear it. And there's so many people out there in the world that want to hear it. You know, the graveyard is full of unfulfilled dreams, and I refuse to let fear bury mine. And I want to help you to find your voice. Just like Mo said, I want to help to be a voice to the voiceless as well. And I want you to be a voice to the voiceless. I want you to learn how to regulate your emotions so that you can get on stage, so that you can feel confident. As I've learned about neuroscience and about how regulating my emotions and managing, my nervous system so that I can even get my voice out there, so that I can calm myself, so that I can feel greater peace, so that I can even remember things. That was one of the things that was so scary for me, is I couldn't even remember what to say. And when I get so afraid, my thought process it's like it just vanishes out the window. I can't even remember. I was getting ready to tell my story in New York at a speak event. I couldn't even remember my birth story. And I called my husband and I said, Houston, we've got a problem. And he just laughed. He said, you can't remember your birth story? And I said, no, it's escaped me. That's how escalated I was in fear. And so as I've used these tools to regulate my nervous system, I move from my brain is firing in the amygdala and it's in the survival mode. But as I regulate and I start to come down, through breathing, through havening, hugging myself, and there's many different tools that I could teach you. But these things where we massage the vagus nerve through deep, heavy breathing, not just but a loud sound. Singing massages our vagus nerves. There are several things that we can do. And the reason why deep breathing is so important is if you've ever noticed like a cat or a dog, when they're getting ready to go to sleep and then they finally feel comfortable and they lay down and they go, and you hear this deep breath come out of them, or a baby. You can hear a baby when they finally are ready to go to sleep. They're so relaxed. And so when you breathe like that, you trick your brain into thinking that you are relaxing, and you actually do. Your nervous system starts to relax. I often wondered why that deep breathing was so popular. But then when I understood the power of breath work, I'm like, oh, it is so powerful. And there's so many more things that I could teach you. But these techniques are rooted in science. It's not just a popular tool. It's rooted in science. And then as I start to regulate my emotions and I start to be able to come back to my prefrontal cortex and I remember my values, I remember what I want to say on stage, guess what happens? You start to regulate too. So my audience starts to regulate. Whoever it is that I am around, they start to regulate and they start to feel calm as well. So as a leader, you have such a huge power in the ability to influence those who are around you. And as a speaker, you are a leader. So I want to encourage you to join with the Los Angeles Tribune in whatever capacity meets your need, as a podcaster, as a speaker, as an author, and take advantage of all of the tools that all of these speakers can offer you, because they're further down the road. They've learned things that they can share with you. And I just wanted to say thank you for being with us today. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your desire to share your mission and to get your voice out there, because we need you. We need your mission, and we need you to share your passion with the world, because you bless us when you do that, and you bless yourself. So I encourage you. Thank you for being with us today. It's such a joy to share the stage with all of these wonderful speakers and to have the opportunity to share with you my passion as well. And I think that our next speaker is coming up. I'm not sure who our next speaker is.
Oh, it's me. We just need to go to commercial for a second. So give Karen a thunderous round of applause, everybody. Give her, Karen. This was great. Your panel was great. Brilliant. That's all. You had tears. You should see the comments. We had so many comments. Karen, thank you for all that you do. Thank you for all you do for the Tribune, for your shows. Karen's got an amazing new comedy show, which she's going to drop into the comment section. You all need to check this out, because there's going to be this eventually great, really funny person on there when he ever gets on there. So it's going to be just powerful. But Karen, please drop it in the comments. Go ahead and do that. We'll talk to you soon. Daniel, can you run a commercial for us?
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Well, it's been a powerful day. We're going to move forward. What's the word? Move forward. Write that down. Move forward. Are you ready to go? Has everybody got their caffeine? Are we good? So we're going to talk tech just for about 7-8 minutes, because I think it's important to small entrepreneurs. But you know what I mean? Drive yourself to that next level. Make sure you're having fun what you do. Take a look at what we just did, because, you know, tears are good. Emotions are good. Moving forward is good. Always, 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 it's okay to feel what you need to feel and then take a step forward, and make sure you do it with bringing other people with you, because Unstoppable AF and Funny Comedy Podcast need to be there. Also, Karen's got the Hero Within podcast and the Empathy Advantage pod. You know, Karen's just a little bit busy. Okay. And that means, but she's busy with power, and busy with power means that she's also driving the Women's Journal and the Spanish Journal. Oh, Karen, I totally forgot. By the way, Women's Journal, women, Karen's going to drop into they have their own group. That's how powerful they are. Make sure that you invite them to Joseph's program, because they should all be in it. I totally forgot. I'm like, you can't leave anybody out, because then you know what they say? How come I didn't get this? So we know that's just the way it is. And we do not want to we leave nobody behind at the Tribune, because this is going to be this amazing group that does this together. So without any further ado, I'm going to bring up two of my web guys just for a little bit here. And then we're going to go back to myself and Mr. Joseph McClendon. Joseph's going to do a couple wrap-ups, see if you have any questions. And then we're going to play the TEDx, an amazing TEDx talk by our CEO, Mr. Mo Rock, to close out the show. So here we go. I'll bring him to the stage, because I have full control, because Ted guy, you just don't know what these, anyways. So my name is Michael Silvers, and this is the team behind us that's making this all run. This is the team with Jeff and Daniel. Give them a thunderous round of applause. They're hitting the cues. They hit the commercials. They take me off whenever they feel I've talked too much. You got to be nice to the tech guys. We always said this at events. I know Joseph knows how that is. You piss off the tech guys, all of a sudden your mic doesn't work, things turn off, you got reverb, it's all how it goes. So the world has changed, and we're going to keep this segment fairly short, because we're going to do a much larger piece on this. But the world has changed. A lot is going on. And as small entrepreneurs, I'm going to ask just two really quick questions, more than a panel. We'll have a conversation. What is the one thing in technology a small entrepreneur should be learning or doing right now? And by the way, small entrepreneurs, don't do it yourself. Bring on guys like this. Get tech people behind you. Stop doing it yourself. So, Daniel, I'm going to turn this over to you. And the reason I'm still talking, because I'm giving them a moment to go, oh, God, what did he just ask? And what do I need to actually do here? So, all right, Daniel, you're up. Just take like a minute.
Yeah. So really something that everybody should really learn is embrace AI, artificial intelligence. It is similar to like Google Docs, Microsoft productivity tools, and it will really help you with your work and just make it a little better, easier for you, and make something that takes a long time pretty short, and you can get more work done at short time.
Yep. So part of that is embracing, correct?
Yes.
You want to embrace what this is about. And I think that makes a big difference all the time, because the fear is, I don't know. Look, I am not a tech guy. And when they said something like plug and play back when, and I would get a router, and for 6 hours, literally nothing would happen. I'd walk away and the thing would turn on and all talk to each other. So, you're only in control of so much, and you have to let some of that go. But it is about the comfort level too. Jeff.
Yeah, the name of the game is speed and leverage, right? And I'd say AI definitely helps to do that if you use it the right way. Yeah, I wouldn't be using it as a replacement to try and shortcut my learning curve. I'd be using it as a space to speed up my processes in the back end that I already know that it's sort of like, monkey work. And, where I feel AI really steps in is it replaces those boring as bat poo processes to help us to get to the speed to market a lot faster. And the second thing I would say that we all need to master or have someone helping you in the background do it, like someone like myself, is funnels. Like you need to be able to stay in your genius zone and get your message out there. And AI and the combination of funnels will help you to get, anybody can plug into those systems and get a product out to market in a matter of days now.
I think that's the thing. There is that speed part. And at the same time, there's a brilliance behind it, because follow the system, really sort of entrepreneurs have a tendency of, I want to do it my way. Nobody can tell me what to do. We do all these things that take us out of the game all the time, or they make the game like 3 years later and we still don't have a product. And we hear this. We used to coach all the time. And the thing that I used to always hear is, well, it's not ready yet. It is ready. It's ready. It's ready to go. What you're doing is why don't you first of all get the outline, see if it even sells, right? And then you can build the rest. But if you spend years on a product and then you get out there, and what if it doesn't sell? What if nobody buys it? Now you've spent all those years and you haven't even retested. I mean, I was kidding with Jeff earlier about Microsoft ME, right? I live in Microsoft land. Literally, they've been testing with us for years and years and years, and something breaks, they just take it back, and eventually there's something new. And you can do the same thing, but now you actually have the beginning of your raving fans. Maybe 4 people bought it, but those are your 4 loving raving fans. And now your next product launches, give them a reason to stay in and tell 50 other people. So you have to look at things that way all the time. Also, when it comes to technology, how important is it to really understand the virtual world? Yeah.
I would say it's, in today's world, it's everything. You know, like right now, where like I'm here in Tasmania, Australia, you guys are in America, where, you know, we've got a global community going here. And I would say virtual world and, you know, virtual marketing it's not a nice to have anymore. It's a must have. And so we need to be thinking global, not just local anymore. And how can we, especially as thought leaders and coaches and speakers in that space, right? Because our product is our mouth and our mind and our stories. And, you know, with the speed of communication like we have it now, and it's only getting faster, you know, there was a big investment put into AI just recently in America, and it's going to get bigger and better. And, you know, so like things like the metaverse that's coming down the road that Zuckerberg and all that's working on, watch that space in the next 5 years. Like if you're not ready to be in that space, you're going to lose out big time.
Yeah. You know, it's great because actually the more I learn about this is fantastic, because I'm actually going to be in Japan for a big tech conference. You know, and part of it is what I'm learning here today from all of you, I'm going to take and teach there. So because it's the kind of thing where it is about just moving forward and being part of this meta universe. And, you know, part of living up here in Seattle is, you know, you watch Microsoft, this is how you know what they're going to do. Because everybody was like consolidating or whatever, you know, sort of breaking down as in the last 4 years, and they built like 22 new buildings. So that's telling me something. There's a ramp up. There's okay, we're getting, you know, and you're not all going to be virtual forever, you know, like Amazon just said, which is up here too. Come on back. You know, and I think you got to watch all the signs around you. All right, we're going to go to Daniel, and then we're going to bring to the next piece.
So I totally agree with Jeff. Technology is everything. What used to take a long time to connect with someone, just a snap of a finger, you know, it's all through like WhatsApp, Slack, whatever is out there. And that's the future, you know, that's all I got to say.
No, it's great, but it is the future. And I think that's the thing. And it's the greatest thing. And I love it too, because both of you, it's not about how much we say, it's just how much we do and how much we get done. And I think that's the biggest thing. It's not about the words. I don't have to be verbose. I just have to know what I'm doing. And you two know what you're doing. So everybody, first of all, put a 5 in the chat for a thunderous round of applause for these two gentlemen who are making this show smoking hot today. Let me tell you, give a 5 in that chat. I want to thank you two so much. You can't go anywhere yet. You know what I'm saying? And Daniel, we're going to do that great TEDx right at the end, probably right around 2:00. We'll just play the TEDx and we're going to take the show out there, because I think that's a really important piece about media today. And then we're just going to end the show on that. And by the way, what am I doing, everybody? I'm teaching, but I'm talking to my team. And I don't believe I need to hide this in a show, because I want all of you to know that you can be upfront and honest. You can be on a virtual show and say, we made an oops, everybody. We made an oops. And blah, 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 because audiences love that. And that's really big in podcasting now. They want you just to talk to them and to be part of it. So let's give Mr. Jeff Ross and Daniel. And by the way, make it matter. I joined. It's awesome. I'm going to be part of it. Yay. I wasn't the first one, though. Alana Calhoun, she jumped on that thing so fast, I couldn't believe it. I actually went in there to sign up, Jeff knows, and she had already done it. I'm like, wow, okay. I like to be first at the table, as we say. Now I was number 2, but I'll deal with it. So you guys are amazing. Thank you so much. If you can flash the link again, that would be great, just in the box. And I will see you both soon. I got you, Daniel. All right. Next, I'm going to bring up the man, the myth, the legend. He's going to just do a little bit of of a recap. I'm going to put him up for his sort of on his own for about 10 minutes, and then I'm going to come up with him, and we're going to do just a little bit of an ending piece. But you've been with us all day, and then stay for the TEDx, because it's only 4.5 minutes, and it's a great learning. For those of you that are with me in the podcast community, just join me on Zoom when the call ends. I'll meet you all there just for like 10 minutes. You guys are awesome. And all the trainers, I'll meet you tonight at around 6 o'clock. So what an amazing group we have. Thank you so much. And Karen, you were just brilliant too. Just brilliant. Karen Hall was just brilliant. All right. The man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Joseph McClendon III.
I don't know that I'm a myth. I hope I'm not a myth. Not yet, anyway.
Yeah, well, I don't know. It depends on how the next segment goes. So, but yeah, we're tough around. No, anyways, Joseph, it's just amazing. There was a question earlier and a couple came to me privately. Can you just do like 2-3 minutes on Make It Matter, the new program, and also on the 10, when you covered the 10, can you do just like a 3-minute recap or 4-minute recap on the 10 steps that came up when you were gone, and I had private messages on it. I think that would be great. And then I'll come back on and we'll do a little recap. How's that sound? Absolutely.
Well, first off, thank you, everybody, Mo, Daniel, everybody that's is behind the scenes, if you will, in doing all this. Thanks for this opportunity to be able to connect with everybody here. This is just a blessed day for me, and I'll tell you why. This is an opportunity from a selfish standpoint to be able to do what somebody did for me, which is to give back. When I was at my worst time in my life, I was homeless at one point in my life. Somebody helped me, somebody that I didn't know. And they really introduced me to this whole concept of personal development and leadership and all those things. And I made a promise to him that's what I would do for the rest of my life and do with my life. So the Tribune and everybody that's here is allowing me to express that in that way. And it's the same with anybody that I work with. Any time I'm with anybody that is of greatness, for lack of a better term, Malcolm Jamal Warner is an example of one of them. Michael, everybody, there will always have that element in us that wants to give back, that's part of who we are. It's not just about, take. It's about give, because people have given to us as well. And so I was working with Michael. I was working with Mary Gorefield, which you guys haven't met, dear friend, unbelievable lady. You've heard people talk about it. And we were talking about, okay, well, what can we do so that, because most people don't have the opportunity to work with us, it's cost prohibitive. For me to coach somebody with the risk of sounding arrogant, it's going to be $350K a year. And I'm only going to meet with you 12 times. To work with Malcolm, it's, for all those things, and these kinds of people are not available to most people. So we've started to think about, okay, we really want to make a difference in people's lives. And as everybody that's been on here has said, and I love what Missy said with regard to 3 coaches, 2 mentors, and I forgot what the other one was, but it's all mentoring. It's all about having somebody there that's going to bring things into your life that are not going to just go, okay, that sounds great, but give you something to do that you can do something to start to shift how you think, how you feel, and what you do. And so with the help of the Tribune, with everything going on, we created something called Make It Matter. And what that is every month live, Malcolm and I are going to be with you. And what we're going to do is we're going to start with the Toxic 10, which I'll segue into in just a little bit. We're going to bring up one issue, one thing that matters in your life, that if you shift that thing, even if you shift it just a little bit in the very beginning, you take it out 6 months, a year, you're a completely different person, and you do things differently, and you create things differently, and you attract things differently, you magnetize different, everything is different. You become a different person. And each one of those is not going to be just, fun and games and we learn something. We're going to give you something to do that works. It's something that Karen Hall said. That was beautiful. What she said was, she said, I think I can, I think I can, I think I can. Well, here's the question. What if you think you can't? And what if you don't even know what you're thinking? Because it's always think, feel, do, have. Well, that's where we come. That's what we work with Make It Matter. And that is, we're going to show you how to shift how you think. Not just mindset, but just your psychology, so that you think things differently and you can do some different results. And so that side of it, and that's good. So every month, we're going to meet with you and do something live, and do something, we're going to give you some content, and do something legit, and then we're going to for Q&A. This is your opportunity to ask somebody.
Hey, Joseph. We're getting a little bit of feedback, I think, off your mic or off something coming in your side.
Okay.
We've muted everybody here. All right, try one more time. You might want to sign out and sign back in. I'll carry them for a second. I'm pretty good at that. So it's really about that mindset, and Karen did a great piece on it. Joseph's just restructuring his mic, and we'll see. Now we can't hear you at all. Joseph, you might just want to leave studio and come back. Might be the quickest way. Nope, still bad. Okay.
How about now?
No, see, this is Joseph's sexy voice.
Then let me plug that back.
Hold on, you're good. You're back. You're back.
I actually do not know what happened.
You're good. It's okay. You're 100%. I'm going off again. I'll see you in about 4 minutes.
Okay, you're 100%. Okay, now I can hear you. I'll see you in about 4 minutes. Yeah. Okay. So having said that, that's what that is. Every month we're going to work with you. They'll set it up. We don't want to make this as something that we push on you, just something that's available to you. And second point is that it's something that everybody said with regard to getting a mentor, finding somebody that's going to help you that you can plug into there. But the thing I wanted to point out to that Daniel, and because now we'll do a little bit of a recap of what that is, I'll do the Toxic 10, something that Daniel and Jeff pointed out, and that is this: embrace this process, embrace AI. And what that means is get in it, do something about it. And it was either Daniel or Jeff said, and you said it as well, Michael, find a great team of people that is going to help you with that. I'm just like you, Mike. I call myself E-tarded, and that is this, that I have zero, I shouldn't say zero, I'm just not that good at technical stuff, but I embrace it. I literally took another course. I just signed up for a course this morning to learn about AI. Not that I'm going to do it all myself, but so that I can know what I'm doing. And so when I work with my team, I can say, do this, this, and this, just know what's capable. And it reduces the fear in me. Now, having said that, all of these things that we've learned here today, they're here at your disposal. The great part about the Tribune, and so I'm so fortunate and so happy to be working with you, is this is a platform that's always going to be there, bringing you the best of the best, and bringing you any kind of the tools and processes that are going to help you as a speaker, as a podcaster, or anything that you do. So, having said that, how am I on time, Mike? Okay, so having said that, what you asked about was the Toxic 10. You're muted.
Oh, I know. I played that game. Yeah, like 3-4 minutes.
Okay, so Toxic 10. Everything that you do, including what we're going to talk to you about with Make It Matter, because these things matter. I'm going to go through them slowly. You might want to write them down. I'll go slow enough that you can write them down. But these are the 10 things, the 10 fears, the 10 things that stop us or slow us down. They always have, and they always will until we do something about it. And here's they are: procrastination, hesitation, fear of failure, fear of success, self-loathing, self-doubt, imposter syndrome, stress, and overwhelm. I think I left one out. Procrastination, hesitation, fear of failure, fear of success, self-doubt, self-loathing, imposter syndrome, stress, overwhelm, and fear of rejection. Sorry. And those are the things in all of their subsets that it was great what Karen was saying. It's just like when you come up against something, you have these conversations in your head. Should I really be doing this? Am I good enough? Or all that stuff that's going on inside of your head. And that's where it is. And that's just thinking. And if you learn anything from me today, it always comes down to this. Here's how we function as human beings. As we think will cause us to feel something. Good thoughts, happy thoughts, abundant thoughts, courageous thoughts, you have all those feelings about it. Conversely, the antithesis of that, if you have, fearful thoughts, if you have doubt thoughts, if you have anger thoughts and things like that, you're going to feel that way. And as a result, the chemicals and hormones get released in us that moment is going to cause us to do or not do something. So it's always think, feel, do, have. And so the trick is to learn how to adjust how we think. Adjust how we think in our psychology, adjust how we think in that moment, and then do it in such a way that it becomes automatic for us to default to our best. See, there's no fearless people. Even all of those things that I just said there, I'm human. I go through those as well. But the difference is I just don't stay there long. As a matter of fact, when unfortunate and unresourceful things happen in my life, and I'm only using myself as an example, but this is what I share with other people. This is what we're going to coach you on what to do. There's no fearless people, but there are people who fear less. And the less is the time. It's not the quantity. It's the time that you spend in it. So when something happens, you can stay worried about it, pissed off about it, upset about it, frustrated, scared about it all day long, and nothing's going to happen. Or you can snap out of it, automatically snap out of it and default to something that is going to serve you better. Those three other things that I just talked about. And that's it. Toxic 10, 3 things that help you go forward. The 3 things are changing your psychology. Second thing is changing your energy. Third thing is your magnetism.
That's great.
Lastly, I'll say, as a speaker, all of these things are critical for you to master, and you can quickly.
Joseph, we're hearing feedback. I think it's me coming through your speaker now. Yeah, you can hear that. So I'm not sure if you can just make a shift of a connection, or even just turn off so you. And by the way, everybody, this is what we do.
Yeah.
I hear myself twice. I've got a great power. I've got a great steering. It's just coming through when you're speaking.
How about now?
No, still is.
Is that any better?
No, we still hear.
I don't know what it is. Yeah, because I don't know what it is. I didn't really change anything. This is why we have a team of people, of which mine is not here now.
No, it's all good. But we've had a clear show. Helping good. So what I'm going to do is when I talk, I'm going to mute you, then I'm going to unmute you. There we go. So we have a way to do everything. So the greatest thing here, Joseph, is that we learned so much today. And then, so Joseph, if you can just unmute yourself when you want to talk, and I'll stop talking. But we had a great time today. We did a lot of learning. We got a lot really processed through of everything that we could do. I think there's for those of us, join us. Just join us. We're all in this together. We have more shows coming up. We have the TEDx about to start. And it's been a great show so far. So Joseph, any last words you'd like to say before I let them go and we go to the TEDx?
Well, first, can you hear me okay?
Perfectly.
Perfect.
Oh, and I don't hear me anymore. This is good.
Yeah. Oh, perfect. I have no idea what happened because I didn't do anything different, which again, it really, really amplifies the fact, get somebody that is a professional at this. This isn't my team is not helping me on this. I do have just 2 last things to say. One of them is just a heartfelt thank you to you, Michael, to the Tribune, to Mo, to everybody here. And I always want to make sure that is really clear that, I do what I do on my own, but you guys do what you do in providing a platform, not just for me to be able to share this information, but for everybody here. There's an opportunity for everybody here to do something. Last thing I want to say is what I always love to leave with people, and is this, that your life in general, is exactly what you dare to make it, And fortune favors the bold. And the trick to life is to always boldly step up and dare to make your life magnificent. And if you're not doing it, get a coach, get a mentor, get somebody that's going to help you, get a team like the Tribune, stay plugged in. I said that was the last thing, and it's not. I'm not sure if this came across before, and that is this. Michael, you said this before, stay engaged. Stay engaged. You said this about you and your wife, always taking another course, always doing something else. If you have skepticism or pessimism about that journey, remember, you've heard from Malcolm, you're hearing from myself, and any and everybody that I know of that is successful at the highest levels, they will always say the same thing. I'm always learning something. I'm always going somewhere to learn. I literally just signed up for another course here because it's all about grow. As you grow as a human being, as you grow as a person, and you develop better as a person, you bring other people along with you, you become that magnet, they come along with you, and you start to build a bigger brand as well. So dare to be magnificent.
I feel it too. from this is just amazing. For myself, I'm going to bring the team up, Joseph, just for a minute. I'm going to bring you all up. Everybody, look up, Karen. Look up, Karen. From myself and the Los Angeles Tribune and Mr. Our CEO Mo Rock and everybody out there who's learning and educating. We've been a team today. Thank you. Jamal just texted me too with some great news. Malcolm Jamal Warner, you are brilliant. Your voice, I'm telling you, that just carries me to the next level, and I can't wait.
I know, right?
It is so true, isn't it? To Joseph McClendon III, Karen Hall, Jeff Ross, all the way down in Tasmania, which is a little rock that broke off of the Antarctic or something like that, and to Daniel Russo. We want to thank you so much for being on our show today. We're going to move to the TEDx. And once the TEDx is done, we're just going to end the stream. But watch that TEDx. You guys are amazing. For those of you in the podcast division, I'm going to be jumping on Zoom. Jump on Zoom with me. It'll be 10 minutes or less. We'll have a great time. Thank you again. You'll be talking to us soon. You'll see Joseph in the new program on the road. And everybody, have a great day. On Daniel, whenever you're ready, I'm going to say 1, 2, 3 and hit it. We're going to be like dramatic here. This is great. Daniel, you ready?
Yep.
Okay, good. All right, everybody, give a big wave. Give a big thunderous round of applause. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Hit it.
Imagine waking up in the morning, grabbing your morning coffee, and opening up your daily newspaper to nothing but headlines that inspire and uplift you. Headlines like the Apollo 11 moon landing and how it inspired people in the 60s, or headlines like the Berlin Wall has collapsed, or even more recently, headlines like the miracle on the Hudson. What would that do to your day when you started off with just positive news? My name is Mo Rock. I'm the CEO of a national newspaper brand, and today, together, we are reimagining journalism. You see, studies reveal that there is a stark contrast between positive news and negative news. In fact, for every piece of news that is solutions-based, that can uplift and inspire you, there are at least 17 that don't. That's 17 to 1. So today, we are actually faced with an epidemic of negative news. We've all heard the phrase, if it bleeds, it leads. But why does this have to be the centerpiece of a lot of news production, journalism, and content creation of the world today? There are a lot of incredible journalists that are solutions-orientated, and I give a lot of credit to them for doing a great job. And here's the truth that you may not realize, is that everyone in this room is impacting our news. You see, every single time you like a post, every single time you leave a comment on a news article, and every single time you share something, you're not just liking, commenting, and resharing. You're actually casting a vote. You're not only casting a vote for the kind of news you want to consume, but believe it or not, you're casting a vote for the kind of world you want to live in. You see, I believe that news has the power to not just inform you, but it has the power to mold you. Our world views are largely shaped based on the news and content that we consume. And so I want to encourage folks to remember that the next time that they like, comment, and share. Our organization has one question that it always has to ask before we share anything, print anything, or publish anything. Our editorial team asks this one very simple question. Does the following piece of news empower our audience, or does it disempower our audience? What would the world look like if every content creator, every journalist, every time someone posted a news article, they asked that question? Does the following piece of content empower our audience or disempower our audience? And I want to encourage everyone to participate in this process and help us bridge that gap between 17 negative news articles for every one positive. And let's come together and ultimately make this world a better place. Thank you.